Sure, I can. So first off, if you don't remember me, because I'm not a regular guest, so to say, I'm Greg. I'm the PR and marketing guy at Egosoft. I joined pretty much a year ago, a little over a year ago. It's easy to remember because I joined the company right before Gamescom 2019. So I always have an anniversary coming up when Gamescom is around the corner. Yeah, I mean, as you all have probably noticed by now, Gamescom is happening digitally this year, of course, because of the things that have happened in this year, in this weird year. And yeah, we had the big announcement yesterday. We've revealed the name and the first teaser for the second expansion of X4 Foundations. And in case you missed the teaser so far, we'll show it to you right now to get you in the mood. Not yet.
And back. I hope you can hear me now, because I think my microphone was turned off before. Looks better now. Okay, so the name of the game is Cradle of Humanity, for those who still missed it. And it gives an idea of where this is leading us. And that's Earth. For those of you who played the X3 games, also X Beyond the Frontier, actually. That's where the whole series started. And yeah, that's where we are going back to now. So you will see a lot about the changes to the solar system, our solar system. It will be showing the planets of the solar system as sectors. So yeah, a lot for the fans of the series who know this stuff from the past, but also I think pretty exciting for everybody who's new to the series, because I mean, yeah, it's Earth, it's our solar system, so it probably means a lot to everybody.
Yeah, I mean, there was, as I said, this was premiered last night, and it was running on IGN on their Gamescom live show, which is, of course, a pretty big deal for us because, you know, plenty of people seeing this who probably are not as familiar with the X series as most of you guys watching right now. So yeah, it's just a great start for Gamescom, and we're really happy how it's played out so far. We had a ton of likes, retweets, comments on our social media channels yesterday and today. So yeah, thanks to everyone who reacted and interacted so far already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course we will be showing some more material of the game in a minute. Maybe we can give a quick overview of what we are going to do in the live stream today. There will be some other guests joining me in a couple of minutes. That's Matthias, with whom I will be talking about terraforming in particular. That's a feature we announced also in the press announcement this week. And he is the expert on that, and he will be talking, and we will be showing some footage from the game. It's not a lot of in-game footage yet, although everything we are showing is of course done with the game. I mean, we are not doing any otherwise produced videos, so this is all game material. It's just not a lot of in-game gameplay as with user interface and so forth yet, because it's still early on in the development. And later I will also be joined by Owen, the famous voice of Bozo Tar, who also joined us in the last live stream. And yeah, I'm happy to chat with him in a couple of minutes.
Who has also gotten some IGN fame last night because
yes.
of the other video.
Yeah. The video that he produced for IGN we will also show at the end of this. So for everybody who missed it last night, we will be showing it in this stream again as well. Maybe we can quickly show people the website you did for the Indie Arena booth. Maybe you tell us a little bit about that.
Let me frame that with a couple of words. If you've been to a normal Gamescom, you're probably familiar with what is called the Indie Arena booth. So that's a big space where a lot of indie developers from all over the world show their games and projects, and it's curated. So indie developers apply basically to take part in that project, and then they get chosen to be a part of it. And as I've said earlier, things are a little weird this year, so this is also happening online. And basically what they did is they built a browser-based MMO game where you can walk around from one booth to the next, watch trailers, talk to people, chat with the developers who are there. Now that sounds cool, and it's definitely a fantastic idea, but unfortunately, it still has a couple of technical issues. Let's put it that way. Yeah. So. Of course, we invite you to go over there and check it out. It's accessible at online.indiearenabooth.com, and then you can find a map. You can see that here in the top right corner. There's a map.
Yeah. And we are down here. It's a little bit hard to find us actually, because we are at the edge of the map. So you have to either walk through the whole thing down here, or just click on it and just click on visit booth from there.
There's also a search field up there. So if you enter Egosoft up there, you will find us much faster than
over here.
So we invite you to have a look. Of course, it's
and here's Greg. Well, here you are standing, and this is the Greg bot who's always giving the same answers. But sometimes it's actually us. It's actually the people. So it's a chance to talk to us. But I don't know how much time we will get or how well it will be working. So no promises as if we can really be there all the time. But some of the people standing around here are actually our own avatars. Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't resist. I had to put myself in there as a bot.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay. Anything more before I switch over to Matthias?
Sure, yeah. Let me just add, tomorrow night, Bernd will be on Reddit for an AMA. That's 9 p.m. German time. That's 8 p.m. in the UK, 3 p.m. East Coast, and noon on the West Coast. And last but not least, we've got, fitting into this whole week, we've got a big sale going on right now on Steam and on GOG. Yep. So check that out if you've still been hesitating so far. Now is the time to purchase and dive into our universe.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for joining me. Then I will be calling Matthias and find out a little bit about terraforming.
Cool. Have fun.
Thanks. Okay. This takes a moment because this is just an ordinary Skype call. Just a moment. Let's see if it works. Oh. Hi, Matthias.
Hi, Bernd.
Hi. Okay. So while I talk to Matthias, I will be running a little pre-recorded footage. This is a little bit more than we showed in the teaser. Let me check out. This is here. So now you can see the game, and Matthias will tell us a little bit about terraforming, what it is, and especially what it isn't, so people don't have any wrong expectations.
Yeah, exactly. In general, terraforming is going to be a very late game feature. Don't expect to start out and even after a couple hours be able to really do it. You may get access to the feature relatively soon. We haven't really decided on what you have to do to start it, basically, but it's going to cost so many resources and take such a long time that you will probably you will have to do so much building of your own economy before you can actually do it in a reasonable time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea. I mean, people are playing our game for longer and longer periods of time. I mean, we are very excited to see actually the statistics on Steam, and I'm always blown away when I see those super extreme save games that people send to us with many hundreds of hours. So those people that actually reach this late stage, it's not few. It's actually more and more now, especially that we added so much new content with X4. So yeah, that's the idea. With the next update, we want to deliver more and more content, also especially for such players, and that's what this is. One of the things that this is going to deliver.
Yeah, you mentioned seeing stats on Steam. We actually looked at the achievement data for these the diplomatic things, we call them, at the big diplomatic plots for the Split and the Paranit. You have a chain of missions in the end where you have to deliver some really expensive stuff to make a big change in the universe, and we actually looked at those completion numbers, basically how many people started this sync and how many people completed it. And we saw that the numbers were high enough that we can actually use these costs as a benchmark and probably use these for the basic terraforming planets. But we will also have some that are going to be even more expensive, although we will do our best to not repeat this. I think it was the Xenon hub thing in X3 that was infamous for being extremely expensive.
Yeah, okay, that was very extreme, yeah. Yeah, but this is so the question people have, of course, is like what is going to happen. I think you already mentioned that people are not landing on planets. I think this is always something we have to write in very big letters because it's also one of the running gags here at the company that people are always asking for this. No, terraforming is dealing with planets, but it's not landing on planets, so you're not personally going down to the planets. But there's something else that's pretty cool, right? That
we actually showed that off in a developer video. Might have been before the game release, actually, that our new planet shader is very flexible and allows us to use parameters to change certain optical parameters, like
this one here. Because right while you are saying this, we are seeing Mars in the background. That's a primary candidate for. I think it might even be the one that Marcus was showing the feature off with.
Maybe. We basically can just change a number that we send to the graphics card to the shader, and have the ice caps recede or increase, or have the cloud layer increase or decrease in density. All kinds of things like that, and these will then be automatically changed by the terraforming feature as you make planets more habitable. And this is also, you are generally going to make planets more habitable. You're not going to go in and ruin a perfectly nice world. That's not the goal of this feature. It's supposed to allow you to basically in the end build living space for people, have them live there and grow their own food and be an independent community on the planet itself. Yeah,
maybe it's important to mention this is of course a feature for 4.0, so that's the free update to the game. So terraforming will be possible also without buying Cradle of Humanity. It is, however, also used in the game. So Cradle of Humanity makes use of the feature maybe a little bit, but it's a feature that you can use also outside of the solar system. So like all the expansions, like the Split expansion before, it extends the universe with new systems, new sectors, and of course all of the new assets that the race brings with it. In this case, of course, two factions for the humans, for Terrans, with all of the ships that we are seeing in this video, and the new sectors of the solar system. Yeah, you can still terraform in the normal systems.
Yeah, I have planned a handful of missions, which are basically going to be the framing around the terraforming. You don't just say, okay, I choose this random planet in the universe and I just go there and terraform it. You do it for a reason. You do it because I will just invent an example, because the Split say, hey, this planet is in our core world. It's irradiated planet that has no air and is full of fire. Please terraform it for us and we'll be your friends. This mission doesn't exist in the game. There are others though. And if you have that mission, you can go there and terraform that planet. Again, very expensive, very time-intensive thing.
Yeah.
And in the end, depending on the mission, you might get a reward out of it. Maybe not every mission will actually give you a reward, but some are... Well, they're all unique. They're all pretty much their own thing. Some may give you something that's just kind of nice for you. They're not going to drastically change the universe on the scale of the diplomatic things, but some might go a bit in that direction.
Yeah, I mean that's a point. I mean it's not supposed to be economically rewarding. That's what Matthias is especially careful to point out. So you're not doing this as an investment to get money back, but it's still something really cool to do with the money that you have already after you unlock the feature.
Yeah, a good thing to think about it as is, it's not a step on the way to a goal, but this is a goal.
Yeah.
And if you achieve that, you have achieved it. That's the end thing. Some might still give you some economic things, but don't expect anything that has a return on investment in like even days of playtime or weeks or months.
Yeah. We should contrast this a little bit, maybe opposed to the story of Cradle of Humanity, because we didn't really talk about that yet, and we can't because it's not done yet. It's still in the middle of the development now, but this is the main work that the whole team is currently working on. We are working on some really exciting, cool new plots for the game, and that's what the expansion is about. So this type of big storytelling with goals that also take you as a player by the hand and guide you through the entire game. That's like the opposite side. That's also the side that starts at the beginning of the game. So if you will, the terraforming projects are the absolute opposite side of the spectrum. That's late game, and it's also not very story intensive, but it is something for the really advanced players. Yeah, cool.
Yep.
I had a couple of prepared questions for you, Matthias. Maybe you can answer some of that.
Maybe.
When was the terraforming feature brought up first? Did it come up from the team or from the community? Was it maybe always part of the long-term X4 plans?
Certainly not always. I think the idea started actually when we saw the planet shaders in action. That's when it popped into my head that we have these planet shaders that could theoretically change over time or depending on conditions in the game. And we also want to bolster the end game, just give end game players something to do.
Yeah, that basically answers the question, right? I mean, I think Gregory, who came up with this question, probably wasn't aware of that, but I think it was Marcus who was toying around with the visuals of the planets first, and so that basically developed out of that. It's quite interesting. Sometimes the gameplay follows the visuals. That's an unusual thing. Of course, normally it's the other way around, but in this case,
Yeah, this time it was just a lucky break that we had this really cool tech that Markus made, mostly so that he can more easily make cool-looking planets in the game.
What was the hardest part of creating this feature?
I'm afraid the hardest part is still ahead of me. It's probably going to be balancing to make sure that it actually feels good to go into this the project overview and select which projects to do, and have it be a challenge even for economically advanced players, without just having them throw their hands up in the air and see, okay, this isn't something I could ever do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the last question he had was, any hints you want to give for endgame players in preparation for the terraforming feature? Should they make sure to save money in time for the update? What do you think?
I'm not sure that money is going to help you that much. Most of the stuff that you do isn't going to cost credits. It's going to use up resources because you're going to build the stuff yourself that you basically then send down to the planet to be assembled there. Don't do a monolithic economy. You're going to need various resources. But yeah, I don't know the balancing myself though, so I cannot tell you, have a lot of ice miners, although they will not hurt.
Okay, yeah, you know the stories already. I can tell that you are writing these cool little things, the projects as you call them, that you are doing. So yeah, but it's all in the balancing in the end. So that's still ahead of us. Cool. I see some questions already coming in from the chat here, and somebody was asking, can I terraform sectors that I own myself?
The sector ownership is not going to affect it, but it depends on whether we have written a story for the planet in that sector.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, you are not terraforming the sector. Obviously, you are terraforming a planet in a sector, and
we know what they meant.
Yeah, sure. But there was another question from user Ginushen here about online mode, and what's going to happen with it. I think we are going to talk about that a little bit more later when Owen is here. But we can already, well, why not? We can already talk about it now. We definitely want to work on it. It's this is another. Currently, it's a bit of an end game feature as well, because you at least need the headquarter already to reach the what we call ventures, those online missions. But yeah, we are going to improve it. We cannot really talk much about what exactly we will be doing in the time frame of 4.0, but there's definitely going to be something coming. Okay. There's another question. Will the AI be able to terraform too?
Not in the same way that the player does. No, I don't know if we will ever pretend that they do, but they're just not going to do the same thing that the player does.
Yeah. Okay.
And I don't think so.
Yeah. I think we covered terraforming a little bit, so people at least have an idea now, and I'm sure we will talk about it more before the game comes out. There will be an opportunity for that. So thank you very much, Matthias.
Yep, thanks for having me.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay, and another change over to Owen. Let's see if this works.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, you are a little bit high up. You are cut off. You are headless, Owen.
I moved my camera a bit.
No problem.
Oh,
okay.
I'm here in the stream. That's why I'm confused.
Okay, maybe.
I've muted the stream.
Okay. Hi there. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, this is better. Now you have a head again. Okay. Yeah, we are here to talk about more details of everything we've done since the release of 3.0, and I'm going to switch the visuals now over to some live gameplay, but this is not of 4.0 or any work of 4.0 yet. This is my son who's sitting next to me here and who's playing. Let's see, I can manage to do this right and turn off this. So wow, he's oh, he's going to show off again with his cool big capital ship and flying. Yeah. Okay. This is maybe pretty useful to talk a little bit about everything that's come out since the last stream that we've made. That was with the release of 3.0 and Split Vendetta, right?
Yep. Yeah. I think I was in this house, so that was about 4 months ago.
Yeah. And
since then we've done 2 big updates, 3.20, 3.30, and yeah, I was just looking over the changelogs today, and I was just trying to pick out stuff to talk about, and there was a lot of stuff in there, but I think the main thing that I was involved in was the crew transfer.
Yeah, 4 months and half a pandemic, and quite long months and unusual months. So maybe people, for those who've never done that, maybe it's interesting to mention. We have these changelogs which are incredibly long and in-depth. If you ever get a chance, have a look at them. I think they are always linked from the news announcements, also on Steam. Whenever we are releasing an update, there's a very long history, and you can see everything that has been added. And whenever we are talking about the game, we really only pick out very few of the headlines, the things at the top of the changelog, but there's so many little things. Most of them are about improvements to the game, like it's AI improvements or user interface improvements, basically all the areas of the game that are constantly being worked on. And so yeah, what did you pick out? What was the stuff that stood out for you?
Right. Well, I guess I'll start with the largest one, which was the crew transfer. That was something that I remember us discussing when I was back in the office. And so that was a year and a half ago, I think we had some big discussions on that. It was a big involvement with many people, and usually only after 3.0 did we have time to really gel and focus on it as a team.
I should give Joshua here a hint because he cannot hear you now. Owen is talking about crew transfer. Maybe Joshua can show us a little bit also the interface, the new interface there. We will be later here also after the end of the stream, basically be repeating the videos that I made. When was that? In April? Or I think this was prior to the release of 3.0. No, after the release of 3.0, right? I think we made the last live stream in May, and the release was in March. That also shows a lot of the user interface, how you control, especially the more complicated and deeper features of the game. But this is the user interface is always changing, and there's this completely new menu for moving people between ships that maybe Joshua can show us a little bit how this works where you see the overview of all the crew and how you move them.
Yeah, we had it's gone through several iterations over time. We had the orders before, when you had to transfer between ships, they had to fly close to each other, and that was a complicated dance. Now it's a lot more free, where you can select any ship in the universe and have them assign, and there's pods that fly there. Mm-hmm. And of course, you have the UI side, where you had like Florian and Klaus and Lino with concepts, and then you had Klaus with the back end, who had to like make sure that everyone's all the information coming from the UI gets sent on in the right way. Mm-hmm. And then my involvement was making sure that people get up out of their chairs, find the right way to get to the ships on the other side of the universe. Nick also helped with the pods and things like that. So I think the main difference is now that with the new crew transfer,
Joshua is now showing the big overview list. That menu is entirely new. I mean, there was a list of crew before, but you couldn't really use it to send them. You could only talk to people from that menu. Now you can give direct orders who's going to go where. You can sort it by the skills of people, so you can quickly identify who's the best pilot across your entire fleet and move them to the ship that you want the best pilot to sit in. And also you can sort by the different types of skills. So yeah, that's pretty useful, I think. But the other change was that people move quicker, right? Because before there were more restrictions.
Yeah, if you wanted to change a captain from one side of the universe to another, they'd have to fly together and then do whatever transfer they did in close range. But now they just get into a pod and fly into a highway.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's a lot more convenient, and it's similar to what we had in Rebirth with the Nisa drones, we called them.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember what what that stood for, but no, I think it's a welcome change, and I've been playing a little bit, and it's got me out of a few jams. If I'm I capture a ship and I'm thinking I can't claim it, I need a marine, and you do a few clever things in the menu and manage to get what you want in the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, cool. I think this actually was in 3.30, if I'm not mistaken. So, but if you go in order of how we did stuff, there was also in 3.20 one big headline feature was the trade rules, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was already before. Trade rules, that's also something I think Joshua used a lot, because you have this big shipyard, and he's making, I think, in his safe game a lot of money with a very successful shipyard, and trade rules can help you basically control who you are selling to and where your resources are coming from and stuff like that. Maybe you can say something about that?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that kind of follows up from what we had with the blacklists. It gives you more control over what your empire is doing, gives you more fine adjustments. And I haven't had a chance to get into it myself with my own personal game, but it helps you just configure what your stations and what your traders are allowed to do. And you got this in the logical station overview here.
Yes. Yeah. Joshua is showing it right now. Also, I think Michael was explaining a little bit about it already in the May video. Maybe that was already after that. Okay, and what else did we do? We added the videos to the game, so people can use these explanation videos also as tutorials directly from the game. So further improving, like we added the tutorial outside the game. That was of course already one of the main features with 3.0, that we have this cool flight school and the new fight demo. But then also we improved the manual and how it's linked from the game, and now we have these tutorial videos, and they are also directly accessible from the help menu. We have this sharing of station designs. That was also a new feature in 3.20, right?
Yeah, from what I saw, I actually couldn't remember when we did that, but you can export the designs of stations and share them. I'm not sure if it's over the mod things on Steam, the workshop, or whether you can just pass files around. I'm not too privy to that, but after loading all the different save games as we do, whenever there's a bug and we look at some of these user saves, it's pretty impressive what you see.
Yeah.
And I mentioned that in the video. It makes our engine programmers wince. So keep at it. It's some impressive stuff in there.
Yeah, those are the very extreme ones, and I'm of course there's two sides to that. You don't want to encourage people to build too crazy big stations. That sometimes, of course, people always want to do that, but it's also sometimes the pure beauty of it. I've seen some not crazy big stations, but super symmetric and really nicely designed. There's some really cool work, and with this feature you can show off that work and share it with others. That's basically the idea. You export basically XML files and upload them to our forum. There's a special forum for that. It's called the Construction Community on the Egosoft website, and there you can basically share those plans.
I did not know about that forum. I'm an admin. I'm a bad admin.
Yeah, okay. You cannot be the expert for all features. The game is complex. It just has too many things. I don't know. 3.20 already had so many menu improvements. I said it's possible to go through all of it. AI improvements. maybe what more stuff was there where you wanted to talk about, stuff that you worked on?
I think other than the main thing with the crew transfer, it was making sure that we ironed out a lot of the problems with building and things like that. Of course, the bug fixes list is usually quite not as interesting as new features, but it's always good seeing you fix one problem and it helps fix so many people's other issues they've run into. Building is one of those things that it's a very complicated, when it's shipbuilding or station building, there's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah. I mean, one thing that we are constantly working on is, of course, this combination of user interface and AI when it comes to the order queue, where people give commands to their own ships. And maybe we can talk a little bit about 4.0 features, that the stuff that we are currently working on already. And there's this one thing. Of course, Joshua here cannot show it already because he's now playing the normal Steam build, if I'm not mistaken. This is a 3.30 build. But one really cool new feature are order loops, and they are already in the works. Maybe you can explain that a little bit?
Yeah. So one of the things that I think people really wanted or requested when they had the order queue system show up was being able to have a set of instructions and be able to loop it around. And that's essentially what we want to be able to allow you to do. So you can come up with some more complicated behaviors and just press the go button and have it just continue until, just continue indefinitely.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that you have to be a bit careful with is a lot of people who were asking for loops sometimes misunderstand what they are used for, or what they are needed for, because they say there's a lot of stuff that I cannot do unless I have them. But that's not necessarily true, especially when they give those examples. Like, of course, it is possible to assign a ship to a station, and that way the commander of the station would use the ship to get the resources he needs. So you can do that, and it would work automatically without an order loop. So an order loop can be used to send a ship supplying multiple stations, or trading between multiple stations, like go from station A to station B to station C and then go back and repeat it. But this is not what you should have to do to just get a normal supply chain running for your own station. It's like a special case, right? Yeah.
I mean, we do have the skill, the orders that are unlocked by skills, and those are still very powerful in their own way. I'm sure if you tried to tinker your own loops to try and make them very smart, you might get somewhere. But we added the seminars. That was 3.0, I think that was. I've been making use of those a little bit in my game. There's especially with like the new menus, like the improvements we did. We showed off the crew menu, the personnel menu.
Joshua just died. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
No problem.
I'm a bit behind on the stream.
No problem. Another feature that I have on the 4.0 list that we can talk a little bit about is the graphic engine. Of course, maybe people already saw it in the. Oh, that gives me a chance because Joshua is currently loading. I can switch quickly back to the live to the pre-recorded footage from Cradle of Humanity, because the graphic engine, the most important change to the graphic engine, or the most obvious one at least when you look at the video, is volumetric fog. You can see this very nicely, especially in those first few clips already, when stations and ships basically cast a shadow inside foggy areas in space. I think this is it's a little feature, maybe. You could think it's a little feature technically, but it can be giving a lot of atmosphere in many areas, and I like it a lot. This is our own engine, and so here you can see those very nicely, the shadows in the background, and also here the station casting shadow. So these are dynamic. I mean, we sometimes you can see shadows in fog, which is baked in the background of a game. But it's a whole different thing when you build your own stations and they cast a shadow, or your fleet of ships going through a fog and they cast a shadow. So this is a pretty cool feature. But in general, of course, the game, the graphic engine is also being optimized. I hear some good news, and I hope with 4.0 we can get maybe even the hardware requirements a little bit down. But no hard promises on this yet. But there's a chance for that, I think.
It's not just the graphics side as well. We're looking at people's advanced save games, because they're usually a good test bed, and making some pretty decent improvements there when it comes to like AI and threading people. That's the buzzword that people use, but there are actually things that we've been able to pull out of the hat and make general improvements on. And that's something we've been doing since the start, but I think we've had a nice opportunity after 3.0 to give it some focus. Yeah. Advanced
performance optimization is all about threading for many years already. I mean, this was, of course, the whole idea with moving away from the X3 engine. That's basically the main difference between X3's very linear, very one thread oriented engine, and anything that we did afterwards. So we are working on this already for 10 years. Yeah, it's 10 years.
Longer.
Well, 2000.
Oh, well, Rebirth was...
You're right. No, that is the release of X Rebirth, but actually you have to say the development of X Rebirth started in 2008, 2007, something. Yeah, that's longer than 10 years already. But there's always room for improvement with multi-threading, and now that people have so many cores on their CPUs, it's really... very challenging to utilize all of that power.
I've learned a lot in what we've been doing, and I'm thankful for that. I'm not quite an engine programmer in that sense that I can say, well, I can go on this thread, but it's always interesting to see what comes out of those discussions.
Another change that one of the few changes of 4.0 that we can talk about is, of course, better use, making menus generally working even better with gamepad. I mean, that's something we are constantly improving, but that's again a focus in 4.0. We want the game to be really playable smoothly with a gamepad, and that's also a bit challenging, especially with the complex menus like the map and all of those new user interfaces that are full screen. Anything more for 4.0 that you want to mention, Owen?
I guess one thing that I expect to end up on my plate is that we will have some Bozo tar lines, I suppose. People are asking. Yeah,
of course. That's of course a story. I mean, we are making story mainly for Cradle of Humanity, so that's not so much 4.0. We always have to distinguish so people don't get the wrong idea. There's the expansion, that's Cradle of Humanity, and there is 4.0, which everybody gets. And of course, to listen to those delicious lines of Owen in the plot, that's mostly Cradle of Humanity, because that's where the story-heavy update is coming, right?
Yep, I think that's about right.
There's a question here from user Cassini Returns. Does X4 have God module like X3 Reunion, or he says R, I guess he means Reunion, that rearranges stations that are not profitable?
We call it the faction logic, and it does more or less what the old God module did, and a lot more. But when it comes to the economy side, it does analyze the universe, remove stations that aren't profitable, build new stations, and order new freighters if there's a shortage. And there's a lot of stuff that it tries to analyze, and it at the moment is doing all right. We did have a few hiccups where it built a lot more stations than it should have, but I think those were in beta most of the time. it is a very complicated system. We also got the war logic, which we also put under the umbrella of faction logic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was surprised to see X3 Reunion mentioned here, because I don't remember X3 Reunion being especially. Did it even have what we call the God module already in Reunion?
I think so.
Really? I think that was later, but well, yeah, I'm getting old. I'm sorry. It's so many years ago. Reunion was 2005, so yeah, 15 years. Okay.
There's a lot of history.
Yeah. There's one more feature that I wanted to talk about is the economy focus. We are definitely working on improving some things with the economy, and especially your knowledge of it. Michael is the guy who's leading that part, and what we are doing right now is basically giving the game a better logging, so you see more. The game knows better about which objects are contributing wealth. So the goal is that the player can basically see in a graph form over time where money is coming from, how much is coming from where, and that then helps to optimize the stations and his ships, so that he can see better basically the effect of things like efficiency improvements, especially. Efficiency, I don't know how many people are even aware of the effect that workforce has on a station. Workforce improves efficiency, so a station can actually make more products per time with more workforce, and then of course make more money. But right now, because you are not really seeing exactly how much money you are making over time, unless you are looking through your logbook and writing down the numbers manually, you don't really get a good feeling of all of those optimization steps that you can do. And so that's I think one of the very important improvements, that we first make this more visible, that the player can see better where the money is coming from and how the station is making the money. And then the second step is then also to make workforce, the influence that workforce has on the efficiency of stations more pronounced and potentially changing. And that's another change, that workforce, the influx of workforce, so in how many workers are coming to your station per hour, will be varying from sector to sector. So a sector with a very core planet with a lot of traffic, with a lot of stations, where there's a lot of people around. Obviously, people coming to your station could be coming quicker than a station that is in a very remote area. So that's also something that we are going to improve. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that's also become more visible over time with the logical station overview and things like that. We've always had these systems in the background, and showing it to the player, making sure they understand the ins and outs. It's something we've improved over time, and I look forward to seeing a bit more of the statistics, so I can, fine-tune the miners and all that flying around the universe.
Mm. Here's a question from a user called Big Bang Theory. Does Owen have a Boron cosplay suit?
Oh, wow. I'd have to paint my Pikachu costume, but I think that's the closest thing I've got.
Okay, you have a Pikachu costume?
Yeah,
okay. Don't
ask.
Okay, so that's what we are going to see in the next live stream then. I'm looking forward to that.
On Halloween.
Aches the First asks, is the fog getting added to the old sectors or only the Cradle sectors? It's going to be added to different sectors across both the new expansion as well as the old universe. So actually, especially in the solar system, there are not even so many sectors with dense fog. So it's probably even more in the normal base X4 universe than it is in the solar system. It has to fit, right? I mean, you know, that's a problem with the solar system. You know how it looks. We cannot really make Jupiter be drowned in a dense fog. That wouldn't look right. There's another question by user Ivan Wasserman. I'm probably pronouncing all of those very wrong. Will it ever be possible to build fully modular ships? No, it won't. The modularity is a great thing, but if we would go that far and really make modular ships, it would cost too much. The price is the beauty. The price is the ability to design everything in as one. Both the gameplay effects, the balancing of weapons, the balancing of the engines, and the visual side of it. But especially the visual side would suffer. We've toyed around with the idea of more modular ships when we started with the whole game, but especially for small ships, we completely rejected that idea very early on already, because capital ships are a different story, and maybe we can go a little bit further there at some point, but especially small ships, no, I don't think so. For those people who are not as deep in the game as Ivan here, ships are modular, even small ships are modular. Yeah, Joshua is showing it here very nicely. You can see you can exchange engines, you can exchange weapons, and you see those effects also on the ship. So it's not like they are not modular at all, but what he means with his question is complete modularity of the shape of a ship. As soon as you do that, you also take away any uniqueness of it, and very quickly ships can look really ugly. That's always the price. Modularity works much better for bigger structures and more functionally oriented structures like stations, and that's where people can then design themselves. The smaller you go, the harder it gets, and S&M ships, as we call them, will probably never be fully modular. Okay, I also have some prepared questions from Gregory here for you, Owen. Maybe
okay.
I can shoot those at you.
Yeah, go ahead.
What was the most important thing you've been working on for these updates, in your opinion? How did these things affected the game?
Yeah, I think we covered that. In the recent updates, it was the crew transfer. And like I said, it was how it came about was just over time. We just saw we could do this a bit better, but we had the iterations, and I was just happy that we all managed to pool our resources and get that done.
Yeah, Gregor also asked, you are streaming X4 on your own sometimes. What's your favorite part of the game?
I was streaming it last night as well before we had the trailer reveal, and I'm enjoying viewing the game from this side. I'm asking chat, like, what are your favorite sectors? Cool. And it might be a sector that I've been in, but I never just flew around and just saw what is here. That's a Xenon battleship. I should get out of here. And I blow up quite often. But asking for like hints on what stations do you start with, things like that. Where do I get this item that sometimes I can't remember everything. It's just nice rediscovering the game in a different way. And annoying people if I do stuff wrong. Like if I set up a ship with an odd loadout and people just think, what are you doing? I'm just learning as I go.
Use the opportunity and tell people the name of your Twitch channel.
It's the same as my username that I'll put in chat. It's Xenon Slayer. Xenon
Slayer on Twitch. Yeah. Two people are asking the same question. They are asking for battleships, and and Joshua is waking up as well. He likes that as well. We will see. We're not talking very much about the details of the ships, other than those that you see in the video already for Cradle of Humanity. So there are really cool new ships coming, and I think right now it's more about the design of those new races, the Terran races. You see that, and I will be showing that video one last time today. Together with Owen's cool voiceover that he made for the IGN stream. in a couple of minutes actually. I think we are already near the end of this part. Unless there are some more questions. Yeah, Gregory already had that prepared question where here we was asking if you are going to record any new voices for Cradle of Humanity.
Yeah, I haven't seen any lines yet, but I know they're coming. And what was the one they had me do? The squealing in discomfort or something. That was for the previous one. And when I was recording the IGN, the stuff at IGN, my mum was in the other room and she probably heard me say X4 Foundations so many times. It probably grinded on her.
Yeah, but you did a really good job. It's really nice to have a nice English accent over the video instead of always just me with my terrible English. So yeah, I think we will be rolling that video now. So some last words you want to say?
Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to continuing to work on all the stuff at X4. Just seeing all the interest so far from the stuff yesterday, fires you up. And yeah, I'll have hopefully be able to talk about more of that stuff as things develop.
Yeah.
I don't know how often we're planning on doing these, but I look forward to doing it relatively soon. Like I said, I have my own channel, but I try my best not to say anything beyond what we've already said.
Yeah. No, you shouldn't.
No, I shouldn't.
No. The stream will continue for quite a while because I will be showing the first Owen's IGN video, and then later also the last live stream with the many explanation videos. So I think that's quite useful, especially for any new visitors, everybody who hasn't been deep into the game already for many years. I hope to see you all on all of our social media channels, especially now during Gamescom. We will all be very active, especially tomorrow already. There's an AMA on Reddit where I will be answering questions. So if you didn't get a chance to ask any questions today, you can do that tomorrow on Reddit. There will be, we are on this nice Indie Arena booth app that you've seen before. And also, of course, check out our sales that are currently running on GOG and on Steam. And like and subscribe and everything. And now I'm going to run Owen's video. Thank you very much, Owen.
Yeah, no problem. This was fun.
Okay, and here we go.
Hello there, I'm Owen Lake and I'm a mission designer at Egosoft. We're the developers of the long-standing X space simulation game series. With over 30 years of history, Egosoft is one of the oldest game developers in Germany, and the first game in the X series, X Beyond the Frontier, was released way back in 1999. Our games are simulating a vast universe with ships and stations driving a dynamic economy. And then there's you, a drop in the ocean. Over time you will trade and fight, build fleets and factories, and explore the universe and encounter numerous exciting stories. Each game consists of huge areas of space, simulated from the bottom up. Hundreds of stations and thousands of ships trade amongst themselves. Prices change based on supply and demand. Resources are mined and processed, eventually resulting in high-tech products. When the warring factions clash in conflict, or a crucial resource is in short supply, their economies feel the strain, and opportunities to profit start to appear. Should you make the decision to act, you may well change the course of the game universe. And if trading isn't your thing, you can upgrade your ships with the best weapons you can afford and go hunting. We're very proud of the level of depth our games deliver, and we'd love for you to check them out if anything I've mentioned resonates with you. That was a very quick introduction to us and the X series. Today we want to dive in and tell you about our most recent game, X4 Foundations. We're coming up on its 2-year anniversary, and in the time since release, we've brought out a number of major updates, improving the core of the game, as well as adding new gameplay, technical features, and content. In X4, you can fly almost every ship you encounter, from single-seat fighter ships to huge carriers that can be home to whole combat wings. And should you want to act the fleet admiral, you can stand on the bridge, put together the best crew you can find, give orders via the map, and watch them get to work. And while you make your own mark on the universe, X4 also features a number of stories that lead you to mysterious locations and interesting characters, as well as putting you in the middle of events that drastically change the universe. A variety of game starts allow you to pick different roles and scenarios to tackle early on, while the detailed encyclopedia fills you in on the history of the X universe. After 20 years, with multiple games and novels, there's a lot of story to tell. Telling such a story in such a dynamic game as X4 was an interesting challenge. We constantly have major factions vying for control of key sectors, supply lines under siege to prevent the construction of critical warships, as well as the player potentially becoming an all-powerful fleet-wielding mogul. We have many missions that reflect the current situation, be that securing a strategic jump gate, or supplying those much-needed hull parts. Using that as an example, where do you get those hull parts? You can try to find a factory producing them for a low price and then sell them for a profit. Perhaps there's a supply issue further down, and you need to mine some ore to help kick it back into gear. Then again, there's always room for piracy. So maybe plunder some freighters, or try your luck hacking the storage modules of an unfortunate station. Or you could think bigger. If you've identified a gap in the market, why not take full advantage of it? A core feature of the X games is building. And in X4 Foundations, we took it to the next level. Using our powerful 3D map, you can create any kind of space station, from a factory to a shipyard, entirely from individual modules. What starts off as a modest refinery could end up being a self-sufficient battle station, laying claim to the entire sector. Get creative, share your designs, and make our engine programmers wince with the largest stations the X series has ever seen. From upgrading your ships, hunting for crystals and anomalies, or joining certain war efforts, there's a lot more I could tell you about X4 Foundations. What you're seeing in this feature is brand new, up-and-coming content. Just in time for Gamescom 2020, we're ready to show off X4's second expansion, X4 Cradle of Humanity. Following the release of version 3.0 and our first expansion, Split Vendetta, earlier this year, we're in no ways done with delivering new features and content to X4 Foundations. Cradle of Humanity will once more expand the game's universe significantly, featuring whole new sectors and welcoming 2 Terran factions to the game, along with their economy, ships, weapons and stations, some of which you can already see in this video. With the solar system rejoining the X series, you can look forward to impressive vistas of familiar worlds. And along with new game starts, we'll be adding several new stories to explore the new factions' identities and political stances through exciting mission content. Those who have enjoyed the story so far in X4 Foundations may be interested to hear that we're also giving some alternative perspectives on certain mission content in X4. If you've been around for previous games of the X series, you'll be happy to know that X4 Cradle of Humanity will also shed light on what has happened to Earth in the decade since the Jump Gate shutdown. Furthermore, a certain pirate faction that is well known to the fans of the series will be making a dramatic comeback. As with the first expansion, X4 Cradle of Humanity will also be accompanied by a massive free update, version 4.0, available to all owners of the base game. The changelog is growing fast, and this update is set to further enhance X4 Foundations in a number of ways, including major new gameplay elements like a new terraforming feature, and wide-ranging visual improvements like volumetric fog, which you can already spot in this video. We will be sharing more details on these new elements of the X4 update at a later stage, when we're getting closer to the release of X4 Cradle of Humanity. If you're looking for a space simulation where your decisions can dramatically change the future of the game universe, then please check out X4 Foundations and wishlist X4 Cradle of Humanity today. If you'd like to learn more about the game, please find us on YouTube and the usual social media channels, or visit our website at egosoft.com. Thanks for watching and stay safe.
looks fine and people can hear me. Hello everybody, and welcome to our new live stream, May 2020 live stream after the release of 3.0 and Split Vendetta. This is talking a little bit about what's currently going on at Egosoft and telling you about what happened in the last month since the release of 3.0 and the first expansion for X4 Foundations. I'm very happy to talk about it because it was a really great success. The game was received very well. We are very happy to see a lot of positive reviews, a lot of positive feedback, and also getting a lot of emails from people who are very happy with the game. So this is great for us, for the team to see. Really feels great to work on the game at the moment. We just did very well overall, and also on all the other platforms with everything we released. So we are really very fortunate right now. Next to the 3.0 update, there's already actually an update after that. There was 3.10. And I will be telling a little bit about that, and also 3.20, which is went into beta yesterday. And so people who are interested in the next upcoming features, I will be explaining them a little bit. Then after that, I will be showing a series of videos that I made in the last couple of weeks and released on YouTube already, which explain basically, the idea was to explain everything you can do in X4, and it turned out that was quite a lot, and it was actually so much that just making those videos was a lot of work. And it starts off with a long list of all the activities you can do in the game. We cut this into 6 parts, and they are called Trade, Fight, Build, Think, Explore and Strategy. Didn't work with the words so nicely, but it's just like headlines to bundle features together. So by player type a little bit. I will be playing those videos, and then after each video I will be doing a little bit of a QA, so people can ask questions, and I will be answering questions and also calling in people from the team. So we will be having these sections, and then after each section I'm calling somebody and discussing questions that you guys have, maybe about the video, maybe in general about the game. We are open for everything. And as I said, after each video I have a different guest from the team to discuss this stuff with. I'm looking forward to that. And what else do I have to announce in the beginning? Maybe just look let's start by just looking at the updates. We had 3.10 that's already out, and it did a couple of new things, like we worked a little bit on the hiring of NPCs. That's always a critical thing where we always receive feedback from players that find it too hard and too slow to get a lot of crew members for their ships, especially good pilots. And it's a critical thing. We are still working on it. 3.10 did make a couple of changes. It made it easier to find better pilots on stations, but sometimes also find very expensive pilots on stations, which didn't exist before. So those with higher star ratings can sometimes be found on stations now too. But it's always cheaper, certainly cheaper, but also easier to upgrade them in the game. But it can be slow depending on what they do. We are still making changes to this part of the game. And what we are also working on, and that's for a future update, is the way how you manage people, how you move them from one ship to another. Basically, the idea is to make that a lot easier. Right now, ships always have to be docked to each other, either on the same station or a ship on another ship, to be able to move crew around. And that makes it a relatively slow process. So we decided to return to this functionality a little bit towards what we had in X Rebirth, where this is done with drones, if you like. So you shoot them off into space with little drones, and they move to the other ship much easier. And combine that with a new interface. Maybe I can show where this is actually already in the game, but not currently used interactively. By the way, the game you are seeing here is being played live by my son, Blobby here. Joshua is sitting next to me and helping me play the game. Oh yeah, he's showing you the menu. That's the personal crew management menu. This is not interactive yet, but you can see here his crew in his save game here. And it is currently here sorted by rating, but what's missing is currently the ability to just quickly move people around from one ship to another. The idea is that this can be sorted by your ships and by the skills of people, and then you can use the same menu to move them easily from one place to another. This is hopefully happening before 4.0, but yeah, more on the order of things in updates later. Let's continue looking at 3.10. And we are always working on many things. I'm not going through all the changelog. For everybody who's interested in that, there's always a changelog on our forum, also on the Steam forums, where you can see all the details. We improve performance and things like that, of course, all the time. We've worked on some storage capacities on economy things. That's more like bug fixing. The bigger things actually go into the next update, the one that is now having a somewhat longer beta period, and you can always judge by how long we are putting an update into a beta, what type of features we put into it. So the stuff that really are critical and are bigger things also need a longer beta phase. So that's why 3.20 will be significantly bigger than 3.10, but it is of course a long shot from what we do with the major update like 4.0. 3.20 will have this new cool feature, trade rules. I will be talking about that after the first video, trade, when I will be talking with Michael, who's our trade guru, and he can be explaining that feature. It's something that a lot of people were asking for, so looking forward to that. There is a new feature that allows you to import and export construction plans. Maybe Joshua can show us this shortly. This is pretty cool, and it's a new feature that allows you basically to exchange your designs with other players in the universe. So this is again currently only in the beta. Here you can export a construction plan, you give it a name, you export it basically into a file. So this station, the entire layout that you see that Joshua has done here, is now exported into a little XML file. And as it says here, you can export this and upload it to a forum on our egosoft.com website, on the forum there. There will be a special forum just for this part, and yeah, players can name their stations and brag with them. Kind of that's the idea with it. So pretty cool, and that's also in 3.20. Yeah, there's a lot of little things. There will be new entries in the encyclopedia. That's something that's always going on and being improved. There's added missile storage capacity information to missile missile turrets in encyclopedia. I'm just reading some of the things, some of the added features, added faction abbreviations. Oh yeah, that's something that I was actually asking for. So because we always have the longer names for factions in the encyclopedia, but in the game you often refer to them just by the abbreviation, the little 3-letter thing, and so I was thinking it's more helpful to have them always together. Little things like that. Feel free to participate in the beta, by the way. If you are interested, don't be scared by it too much. What you should do is always back up your save games. There could always be something where we ask people to that they have to roll back basically their save games during a beta or at the end of the beta. We rarely do it, but it's always better to back up your save games if you participate in a beta. But other than that, it's pretty straightforward. Oh, I'm seeing a question here. Will we be able to export the constructions plan directly to Steam Workshop? No, unfortunately, that's not planned yet. Yeah, it's possible to extend many of the online features. It's similar to the venture idea. We will be working on that and improving it further, but that's more for a bigger update for 4.0. where we have some more time. Right now, that's not yet possible. There's another question. Will we get any upgrades to the venture mechanic before the next DLC? Probably not, because as I said, 4.0, the next major one, is intended to be released with the next DLC. So the rough timeline, I will probably repeat that a couple of times during this stream, is probably towards the end of the year. So the DLC as well as the major update 4.0, that's towards the end of the year, maybe even early next year. I cannot give you precise dates yet, but it means we want to have some silence after all of the big stuff that's currently going around, where we can actually focus on the development. The beta for 4.0 will of course start earlier because it's a big thing. But again, yeah, it will take time, and I'm very hopeful that we also will have new venture mechanic in that. It's very likely. I want to do that definitely, but not before 4.0. Maybe in a beta, but only for 4.0 beta then. Okay, did I miss anything else from the 3.20 feature list? Matching speed indicator, yeah, that's the speed indicator now has a match speed indicator. So when you have this feature matching speed with another ship turned on, that was before very silent feature. You click on another ship that you want to follow, you say match speed. You couldn't see that you are in that mode, and now the speed bar has a little indicator for that. Yeah, these are little user interface things. There's also nice icons now, Joshua. Maybe you can show that when you do when you open context menus on the map, or also on the normal HUD. When you are commanding ships, you always see these little icons here on the left of every command. They were not there before. They are the same icons that you saw on the map when you can see them in the order lines. Yeah. By the way, the performance of order lines is also currently being improved by Matthias, who will also be in the stream tonight. So a lot of cool stuff coming up. I guess it probably makes sense that is there another question? No, not yet. Then I guess I will be starting the first video. So I roll the trade video now, and then see you guys back in about 15 minutes. I think the trade video takes about 15 minutes. See you. Hello everybody, and welcome to another video about X4 Foundations. In today's video I'm going to try to explain and list basically all of the things you can do in X4 Foundations. And that sounds like a pretty big video, because the game is about basically simulating an entire universe and allowing you to do everything in it. So I'm going to break it down by player types, by typical players that play our game. And this starts with the 4 main categories that we always have on the top of our box: trade, fight, build, and think. But I'm going to extend it with 2 more categories, which are explore and strategy or strategic gameplay. Of course, no real player is just one type. You are always a mix of all of those things. So even if I am just calling a trader and a fighter and a builder and all of those other categories, you are of course always a mixture. But everybody's a different mixture, and you can choose yourself what type of gameplay you prefer. So first topic, individual trading. Individual trading really means you and your own ship trading wares between stations, and that's really like the fundamental activity that you know from other space games too. And for that, all you need is really one ship with container storage, and that's like 90% of the ships in our game have that. The only exception are mining ships and resource collectors, because they have solid or liquid storage, while all the others have container storage. So yeah, basically the ships that you have at the beginning are able to do that. You land, you open the trade menu, buy wares, fly to another station and sell them again. That's individual trading. Next step after that would be creating trade orders. And that's if you have more than just one ship, you can actually send other ships doing trade runs for you. And you do that with orders. The order menu can basically use for everything. We will be coming to strategic possibilities of that later. But of course, for trading, this is just trade orders. And it's based on so-called offers. So all the stations in our game make trade offers, and you can just collect them by flying past stations in the universe and assign offers to your ships. Orders get queued. So when you open an info menu for any of your ships, you will see the behavior menu. And in the behavior menu, you have orders and the main behavior. The orders is basically a list of things that the ship does in one after another. And trade orders are very typical things. So if you tell a ship to go to one station, buy something, and then fly to the next station and sell it, these would be 2 orders in that queue. And you can queue as many as you like. You can also have it mixed with completely different orders like exploration or fight orders. But a typical trade ship would just have these 2 types in that menu. The map is your first place for finding trade offers, and when you zoom very much in on an individual station, you will see for each station the offers that it has. This is buy offers and sell offers. So when you want to buy something yourself, you are looking for the sell offers of a station. When you want to sell your stuff, you want to look for buy offers of other stations. And when you zoom in on an individual station, you see exactly that. If you then zoom out on the map, you will accumulate more and more offers together. That way, you can easily identify the cheapest sell offer and the highest buy offer of a station. So these are the ones that are normally most attractive to you. So as soon as distance is not so important anymore, you can zoom out further and further and see better and better offers usually. The map can be configured with filters, and the most crucial filter for trading is the trade filter. You just click on anywhere in any of those little boxes and it automatically will filter only for this particular ware. So even if in a neighboring station that identical ware might not be among the best ones for buying or selling, it will now be prioritized. And the further you zoom out, the more offers are accumulated again, and always just for this particular filter. There are also other filters, and we come to that later. Now, what ships are you using for trading? There are typically S, M and L ships, which really just says something about their size. Obviously, there are many more criteria by which you can differentiate between the different ships, but size is the most important one because it specifies where those ships can dock. At the beginning of the game, you usually start with an S ship, and an S ship is okay for trading, but obviously when you want to maximize the amount of money you can make with a ship, you want bigger is always better, and therefore an M ship can pack a lot more wares, and an L ship is the maximum. This is really very large quantities. It's however normal that these larger ships will be more used for remote trading, and the smaller ones are often the ones that you are personally sitting in because they are more maneuverable and easier to fly. Another thing that has a big impact on how good you can steer a ship is how much freight is in the ship. Especially with larger ships, you will find that they behave quite differently when they are full. So the maneuverability changes the more freight is packed in your ship. When talking about the sizes of ships, you also have to see the actual docks that go with them. So here are S docks and M docks, which are usually close to each other, especially on stations. And then there are piers. Piers are at the outside of stations and used for the very big ships, the L and the XL ships. L ships are the ones that you normally see transporting large quantities of wares to stations, and piers are used for L ships. XL ships is the largest category of ships, but they are not used for trading, so they rarely have to dock at normal stations. They would only be manufactured in shipyards and be equipped at shipyards. We talked already about the map and that it allows you to browse through your trade offers, but in order to have these trade offers there, you first have to collect them. And you collect trade offers by just flying through the universe. So in a sense, this is actually part of the exploration side, and we will come to that later. But I already tell you now that, of course, the more trade offers you have seen in your universe, the better for trading, the more variety you have for buying and selling wares. And a trade offer that you added to the map always comes with a duration. So for a couple of hours after you pick up a trade offer, you will see this live information on the map. After that time, you can still trade with that station because you know it's still there, but you don't know the live prices anymore. So when you then send a ship remotely to this station again, you will actually have to call back when the ship is there to make the actual transaction. Whereas if you have the live information, you can make the trade deal already upfront. So as you can see, it's very valuable to have a lot of trade offers and have them for a long duration. That's why the trade computer is a very valuable upgrade to your ship, because it makes it easier to collect trade offers from further away stations. Every ship that flies around for you in the universe will now collect trade offers and also see live information. So it's not just you personally collecting that information, but every remote ship that flies for you will also add to that information. Another way to add information is by placing satellites. Satellites are basically like static ships. They are just giving you live information about their surroundings. So it adds to the fog of war area in the map, but it also adds trade offers. One way for a beginner player to get a lot of information about the universe and be able to trade very profitable is to find the highway ring that is central to our X universe, because this is the most densest area of our universe, and by following the highway ring you can very quickly find a lot of trade stations and get a lot of offers added to your menu. So this is a very easy way to get the core of trading added to your map. Later in the game you want to have trade subscriptions. Trade subscriptions basically means that you don't have any duration for trade offers anymore, but you will have the live information of all the trade stations that are affected by that subscription permanently. And there are different ways to get trade subscriptions. One is to simply buy them once you have a very good reputation with a faction. But the alternative way is an illegal one. This illegal method is by hacking a station. You can hack a station, and we are talking more about that later in the exploration and in the pirate area of the game. But it's basically just placing EMPs on the outside of stations and scanning the resulting data leaks on a station. And then sometimes you get a trade subscription for not just that station, but sometimes also for many stations. Another thing that you can get with scanning data leaks on stations is discounts. Discounts are, of course, very useful for any trader, because it helps you getting cheaper prices on the products you buy and also better prices on the products you sell. So discounts are always very useful, and you get them by scanning for data leaks on stations or using the EMP bomb. That's the illegal way to create signal leaks and then scan them. A subcategory of the trader player is mining. Any trader will probably sooner or later also mine for resources in the game, and our economy is standing on resources which are actually mined in our universe. So this is a very important activity, and of course NPCs do it, and as everything in the game you don't have to do it, but it can be also very profitable to do mining yourself. So the first section is mining yourself, similar to trading yourself. So in that case you will use the scan mode of your ship to identify asteroids with especially good resources on them, and pick up the resulting little rocks in space yourself with your ship and put them into your cargo. In that case, however, you need a special ship that has solid storage. So that's not possible with a ship with container storage, but with a mining ship that has solid storage. Like with trading, you can also do mining with larger ships, and in that case, again, you can make more money because you have more storage. The difference, however, is that a large mining ship also needs drones to pick up the little rocks. So while with a small ship you can actually fly over those rocks or even use your loot magnet, in that case you need drones that pick up the rocks for you and bring them to your ship. All types of mining ships also need a mining laser, either as a turret in the case of the large ships or directly as your primary weapon in a small ship. A mining laser is the best way to cut asteroids into smaller pieces. Again, like with trading, you can also automate mining for you. So once you have a pilot in your ship, you can actually tell him to mine for you. And just like with trading, you give orders and manage. The more you automate an activity, the more advanced behaviors you need for your ship. While the simple order, mining this place, buy wares here and sell them there, is always possible with every pilot, behaviors that completely automate an activity for you are only possible with experienced pilots. So you need pilots with stars in their information screen. To be able to do remote mining efficiently, you also need information about resource areas, asteroid fields, remotely on the map. And to get that, you need resource probes. Resource probes can be manually deployed anywhere in space. They are relatively cheap. You equip them to any of your ships, and once you drop them in an asteroid field that looks promising, the map will later show you exactly which resources you can mine there. And that allows your remote ships, your pilots, to better mine these areas for you. One tip here, if you find Nividium anywhere, it is possibly something to make a quick buck, because Nividium is a very expensive resource and you can make a lot of money by mining it and selling it, but it is rarer, both found and sold, because Nividium is not one of the fundamental resources that the economy stands on. We have ore and silicon for the solid resources that are used anywhere in the economy of the game, and those are the ones that you can permanently mine, while Nividium is rare and only used in some places. In addition to mining, there is also resource collecting, and instead of solid rocks, ore and silicon, in this case you would be collecting liquid or gas resources like helium, for example, and those again are needed at the bottom of your economy and or are sold to stations. A little side activity that you can always nicely combine with mining is collecting crystals, because you will find them on asteroids sometimes, and they are very easy to pick up. You just shoot them off of asteroids with a normal laser or with a mining laser, and then pick them up also with your loot magnet by holding down the O key or by flying over them. And these are inventory items, but they can be very valuable. So this is something you do in addition to normal mining or in the normal exploration gameplay that we will be talking about later. In mining, you will also sometimes find other little drops that come out of asteroids, and they can be also very valuable and profitable to pick up. Another subtype of the trader is the illegal trader, the smuggler, and that's of course also possible in our game. For this, you just have to buy and sell illegal wares, like drugs for example, and you run in additional risk, but also can make a higher profit with trading with these wares. While some proper wares are illegal, there's also inventory items, and I will be talking about inventory items later in the exploration section. But inventory items are the little stuff that you have on your body, whereas wares go in your ship. And just like with illegal wares, you also have a lot of little illegal things that you can find everywhere in space, and as a smuggler you can make extra credits with those illegal things and by picking them up and selling them. To be able to smuggle larger quantities of wares, you might want to establish a black marketeer on a station yourself. Once you do that, you will have the ability to provide the local market with drugs, for example. So this guy that you place on a station will allow you to have an order for these goods on that station permanently, and that allows you to sell illegal goods into the market. This video is part of a series explaining the features of X4 Foundations. There are parts about trade, fight, build, think, explore and strategy gameplay. Choose the next one you are interested in from the Egosoft YouTube channel or the playlist to watch them all in one session. Okay, we are back and I have a guest here, whoop, sitting next to me, who is a little bit too high. I think you have to, if you move a little bit, yeah, I didn't check the window before, I'm sorry. You are so tall, you look much taller than I do. This is Michael, the expert for, or Michael in English, the expert for economy, so that fits very nicely after the trade video. And yeah, let's introduce yourself, Michael. How long are you working for Egosoft?
Yeah, hi. I've been working for Egosoft for 16 years now. Actually, a little bit longer as a fan in the community, but yeah, since 2004, I'm working on X Games.
Yeah, as a member of the community you started, right? And maybe you can say a few words about that. How you ended up with Egosoft.
Essentially, I was a fan of the games and started being active in the forums, and then discovered the developer network, which allowed me to get some rudimentary access to development resources and getting to know how things worked, how missions worked, how various aspects of the game worked. So I started just messing with that, and yeah, by doing all kinds of work on the website and some other tool work and all that, I slowly got into it and then got to know everyone, and yeah, eventually made an actual career out of it.
Yeah, if I remember right, you were a forum moderator first and an administrator, and then so you were already basically working a little bit for us in a volunteer role, and then grew into it. That's also the time when we had this modular DevNet thing already running. I don't remember if you remember the ability to write missions as a part of DevNet, which were then compiled.
I remember I tried a couple of missions myself that way, and
yeah, with KC programming. So you did that already as in the community before you joined us.
Yes.
In fact, that's how we got a lot of our early people helping, especially the external modders. That I think that was all kickstarted with this DevNet thing, and by allowing people to write missions. It was a bit chaotic because people were actually writing the KC code, and we compiled new missions online actually with a compiler running on the website, and crazy things like that we probably wouldn't do nowadays anymore. But yeah, it was pretty cool. Yeah, maybe just continue. What did you? That's maybe also interesting for people. You made an education, or is that right? A Ausbildung, Berufsausbildung. How do you?
Apprenticeship.
Apprenticeship is.
Yeah.
Apprenticeship sells it a little bit.
Specialist.
Yeah, it's actually apprenticeship sounds a little bit too small. It's actually in Germany we have this job education system which always combines school with a company, and you did that inside of our company. Maybe.
Yeah, I was actually the first one that got to do that at Egosoft. And,
yeah.
Seems to have worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really good because yeah, I could start working. I could work on the games, so that really worked out quite well. And well, I'm still here, so pretty happy.
Mm-hmm. What next question was? Which of the X games is your favorite?
Well, obviously it's X4. It's got all the new and cool toys. So I really like that station building, especially assembling stations in the station editor. That just the Lego kit in me is really happy with that. But it's a bit tough to pick an absolute favorite because they all have their strengths. X Beyond will be always something special to me because that's what brought me to Egosoft, to the X Games, and that brought me into this, and that essentially put me on this career path. So that X Beyond is something that I will always hold dear for that reason alone. But yeah, X4 right now is definitely the coolest thing we have.
If I'm not mistaken, it was probably Extension that you then worked on the first, right? Because
yes,
with X Beyond we clearly didn't have the community yet, and there was no ability to write missions. But there was this expansion for that very first game, X Beyond the Frontier, called Extension, and with that I think we started this DevNet and mission adding.
Yeah, right. With the Extension 2.0 patch, I essentially found my first mention in the credits as working on it.
Oh.
So that's really when it got started for me.
Cool. Yeah, maybe then you tell us a little bit about what you do in the company nowadays.
Okay, how long do I have? Small company, you do a lot of things. As I mentioned earlier, I'm involved in website administration, forum admin stuff, but on the game, many aspects. I've been working on AI, a little bit of mission work, and plenty of other aspects. The venture system is partially has come from my work, and the biggest thing I'm working on is the economy. That's balancing, that's trade wares, everything related to production and resources in the game.
Yes, and that's why we have you after trade here. And I wanted to ask you, what would you say are the most important aspects of our economy, the simulation, and what makes it stand out?
Well, for one thing, it actually is a simulation. We are not just faking it. This is really anything that you see in the universe, any station, any ship. Ultimately, it was mined from some of the resources that we have in our universe. So it went through various steps of refinement. It was transported with ships, little drones, or the bigger ships. And it's all real from the beginning to the end of the weapons, the ships themselves. Everything is coming out of this. So we are not just creating something out of thin air here. And that's why, to me, it's an actual simulation on that part. Every aspect there is really happening, be it when you are there watching it or when you're a couple of sectors away. It's always happening. Joshua
is showing off some logical station overview of his big shipyard station in the background while we are talking over it. So this is a really nice menu in 3.0 in the game where you can do all of that management. And by the way, this also, maybe this is an opportunity to talk about that part, because it also integrates the new feature of 3.20. Maybe you can explain that a little bit.
Yeah, the latest edition that is, of course, most visible in this station overview menu are what we call trade rules. Before, we had limited options to allow you to control who can buy your products or who can sell resources to your station, or also resupplier ships. And especially for advanced players that wanted to set up special chains of production through various stations, where some intermediate products are just kept local, or set up trading stations, that just wasn't good enough to get the real fine control. So what we came up with are the trade rules that allow you to control, okay, which of the factions that I know can or cannot trade. So you can use it as a allow or deny list, so to speak. And we can set this now not just for where, but individually for buying or selling. So you can say, okay, the Argon can sell stuff to my station, so that my station has the resources, but the product is just for me. They can't get that, they can't buy that.
Yeah, I remember
so you can set that up.
Some discussions about people who wanted to set up trade stations, and that was one of the use cases where we said that was not possible before. There were actually many of those use cases were possible before. They were just a little bit unnecessarily complicated when you did them, but that was actually impossible. You couldn't really get a trade station to only be delivered from your own factories, but sell to everybody. That is basically what people wanted to do. Or one particular customer I remember discussing it with. He wanted to use a trade station as a hub really between his own economy manufacturing everything and then as a selling point to the NPCs, and that wasn't possible before.
Yeah, we have had a couple of people that just say, okay, I want to support the economy of a certain faction, or I want to drain their economy, and this allows you much more control over that.
Yeah.
Also, the way trade rules work, they are similar to the blacklists feature that we have, in that you can set up this rule, can give it a name, can save it, and then you can apply it to either just your entire empire as such. So you can just say, okay, this is now valid for all my stations, set the stations to just inherit this setting, and then you don't have to worry about, okay, I want to now also block the Holy Order of the Pontifex faction, need to now change 100 stations. You just change the rule and then it applies to everything. So you can set this for your empire, for a station, or even specifically just selling energy cells on one particular station. So you have multiple levels of control.
Yeah, you mentioned the blacklists, and I also heard that there's. I've been using blacklists not too much. I'm using them just very rarely because I'm not really like my son here, who has this very much larger fleet than myself, and then there's this point when your fleet gets too big where you have to make sure your fleet is not going through Xenon territory or things like that. And then I remember people had problems with blacklists and were using them wrongly. Can you maybe comment quickly a bit about what people misunderstand in how blacklists work and how they are similar to this trading organization?
I mean, one particular thing that we see a couple of times when it comes to blacklists is that you've set up a blacklist to avoid certain territory, but then at the same time you tell a ship, give it an explicit order, fly there. Then the ship will fly there, and that also applies to any subordinates it has. So a ship that can therefore end up in a blacklisted sector because you told it to.
I remember reading this as a bug report by people that said, I added this sector to it's sometimes it's not so obvious because your order maybe you gave the order before you set up the blacklist, something like that. So you have to actually be aware that you may have given that order before. It's clearly not a bug if this is the defined behavior of how blacklists work.
And similar, I've seen some comments when it comes to the beta for the trade rules, where some people are mistaking trade rules for something they set up for their trade ships. That is not meant for the trade ships. That is meant for your stations and resupplier ships. So you tell your station, who am I allowed to buy from? Who am I allowed to sell to? Or if you use it as a blacklist, who is not allowed to sell stuff to my station.
Cool. I wanted to get back to this point about the economy, and the second question here was, can you give our viewers an idea of how complex the process behind the game really are? Gregory was asking about numbers of lines of code or the involved agents and entities in a typical economy, how big everything is, so maybe people can get an idea of the scale of things.
It's very big. It's very complex. Trade is a core feature of any X game, and therefore it's spread out through many areas of the code. It's tough to give an exact line count, but I can tell you that it's several 10,000s of lines if you every aspect of the trading functionality together. Certainly that. Number of stations. When you start a new game with Split Vendetta active, there are about 1,000 stations in the game and roughly 6,000 ships. About half of those ships are trading ships, the others are fighters. And of course, all of those ships have crew. Some have multiple. There's at the very minimum, there's always the pilot, and then there's also some scripting functionality for engineer and something that controls turrets. So all in all, there's easily 20,000 things all running their own logic. That's station managers, pilots, traders. So that's already a lot of calculations going on, essentially, because again, this is a simulation, so it's all actually happening, and some things that always cause us some issues is just the sheer amount of things to look at. A trader wants to look for great deals and has 40 plus wares available to choose from. And in an area where there's maybe 100 different stations or even 150 different stations, and then going through all of those and picking the trade that particular pilot wants to do, it takes a little while if we don't want to cause a lot of performance problems.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a fight between having this really cool stuff with all those ships actually doing something, and then at the same time not causing the game to just crawl to a halt.
Yeah. For people who want to know more about that, there is actually a video I made for the X-Log series about how our simulation is different from many other games in this bottom-up way. The fact that everything is simulated, that all of those ships are actually flying around, versus a top-down simulation, which also can be called a simulation. But it's a different way of working, where things are designed for the player to work. In most computer games that are not about simulating an entire universe, this is the case. Games like GTA, where they also get across the appearance of a huge map, in that case a huge city that is completely simulated, but it isn't. It is actually the stuff around the player that is only shown, and you can create the appearance that other things are also going on. But we are actually simulating all of those ships, even though they are not necessarily 3D objects. And I talk a lot more about that in that X-Log video. People can look that up on our YouTube channel. I have a couple of
questions. It's perfectly valid. It's just different from what we are doing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I have the greatest respect for especially for GTA. I love it, or many other games. That it's a different type of game, certainly. I have a couple of questions here from the chat. So there's the first one. Can you say something about resource respawn? How long will it last when resources are back, like asteroids or the crystals on them?
There are couple of factors that go into that. The resources, how quickly they respawn is different per region, so it depends on where in the universe you are. Matthias probably would be a better candidate for that question because he's more familiar with that.
Yeah, then maybe we should repeat it again later.
Leave it at that. The normal NPC economy that we have without player interaction usually does just fine with resource depletion and the refill there. If players start to send enormous mining fleets into an area, they can really drain it, and then it's supposed to take a little while. I mean, makes it more interesting if you have to move elsewhere or just scout more resources.
Yeah, and we should mention that the rules are different for crystals anyway. There is a respawning for resources, which are the actual fundament, the bottom of our entire economy, and they are mined realistically, bottom up, as I said before, for the entire economy by NPCs as well. Whereas crystals are just inventory items, and they are only there for the player if you wish. So there's this mixture between bottom up and top down. So the rules that apply for resources do not apply for crystals. Crystals work a little bit different. But yeah, we can maybe talk a little bit with Matthias, who's on in 2 videos to go after the build part. Another question: could you add a show ship on map command to the response option when a ship contacts you when in trouble? So that's basically a feature request. The answer is, I guess, yes. We could.
Certainly can do that, but again, not exactly my area.
Yeah, we have to put that on our list and discuss it. I mean, this is adding to the conversation, and we have to be careful that they do not get too convoluted when you add just features to them. But maybe that's a good one. I have to think about it. Question: are you planning to bring back the different tradeware types, solid, liquid, container, from a trade perspective as they were handled in Rebirth? liquids, gases can only be transported with liquid transport, enable trading with solid wares, example, to set up a mining station and ferry solids with transports. What exactly is the question here? I don't fully understand that. I mean,
I think the main reason is that at the moment the only transportation of these wares, of the raw minerals, of the raw gases, happens from where they are mined to a refinery, and then that's it, because at that point they are converted into the refined goods and become
container
wares that are in container storage.
Yes. And we did that deliberately, right? I mean, the point is that we wanted to simplify things because we had the problem with X Rebirth that people were confused by those storage types and being used in trading, and then finding in the trade menu always wares that they couldn't load into their ships. And this is, I think, right now much more intuitive, that you have mining ships which can do mining, and yes, there is the gas liquid mining, which is one category, and there is a solid mining, but that's intuitive. You see that's, yeah, these are rocks, this is gas. Of course they need different ships. But when you trade and you have a trade ship going in your universe, and sometimes just the bar won't move in the trade menu, and you have to read the mouse over menu, and it has to give you a reason why this ware can be traded but that ware cannot, and you have potentially even ships with multiple types of storage in one ship, then it gets really complicated. Like, is my ship full now? No, it isn't. Or it's but I cannot put more container storages in because it also has solid storage. It's just too complicated. So we decided this was a very intentional decision to move to container storage only for all the trading, the higher level of trading.
Pretty much, yes.
Pretty much, yes. There's another question. Is it possible to start a trade war with another faction? So we are hostile in our economy policies, but don't ever shoot each other.
Depends on what the consequences of the war would be. Yes, you can starve other faction that way. If you just make sure they can't get the resources anywhere else, that's certainly possible. You just would have to make sure that there are no other third parties that then supply your target faction. So far, there's nothing that's really stopping you from doing that.
Mm. Cool. I think we should go on, because we also have like fight, build, think, explore, strategy, all these other videos coming up, and people talking about them. So thank you very much, Michael, for joining us.
Yeah.
Hope to have you. Great. Yeah. So we continue with the fight video now, and after that we have another session of Q&A again, this time then with Lino, our lead artist, who will be talking about the split ships and a lot of more cool stuff. Okay, here you go.
Okay, bye, have fun.
So here's our second category, the fighter. And again, not every fighter is the same. There are many different things you can do by fighting in the game. Maybe you are a pirate and you rob other people and making money that way. Or you could be a military pilot and work for the official military in various factions of the universe. Or you can just play missions, and everywhere firepower is helpful. So again, there are different types of ships with different levels of equipment, and it starts with different S ships already at the bottom. The very small scout ship, which usually only has one weapon but can be very fast and maneuverable. Larger fighters with multiple weapons and sometimes also with better shields. These are still all S ships. Then we move up the ladder to the M ships, which can be a frigate or any kind of larger, heavier bomber, for example. And at the very top, again, we have L and even XL ships, like destroyers. While in the spacesuit, you can actually also repair ships. This is not really a very exciting activity, but sometimes after a fight that costs you a lot of hull, this can be pretty useful to do. The easier way to repair your hull is obviously to land on a wharf and pay for it a small fee. Once you fight against much larger targets, especially stations, EMP bombs and also normal bombs could become very useful. And again, you place them with your spacesuit and detonate them remotely. This can be a very effective way to damage and destroy entire stations. Back to your ship controls. The new version 3.0 of the game has a flight school, and I suggest everybody to actually try it out. But there is one fundamental difference in how you control a ship, and that is some people prefer to have tilt and roll on their controller, while others use tilt and yaw. Both is possible, and you can configure any input method to use either system. Especially with a joystick, you can always map the axis that you want to use. For gamepads, controllers, you can even use something called adaptive steering, which means that your controller will behave differently depending on how maneuverable a ship is. A longish ship that has its mass not distributed to the sides will usually roll much better than yaw, and so as soon as you enter one of those ships and you have adaptive steering mapped, your controller will automatically use the roll axis, while on a wider ship with engines on the outside, you can more easily use the yaw axis. This is different from ship to ship. There are many ways to control your ship with direct steering with the mouse, for example, like it was possible in X3, where you don't even have a mouse cursor on your screen, or the more modern way with a mouse cursor that controls your ship's movement as soon as you hold down the left mouse button, or with shift space you can enable a mode where you are permanently following the mouse cursor. With the joystick, obviously, with a gamepad. Many things are possible, and again, I suggest you try out the flight school, which explains some of those features and how to configure them best for your use case. Another thing that you can change while playing is the behavior of your steering. We have a computer assistance that we call Flight Assist that is normally always turned on as soon as you are in a ship, but you can turn it off for a more Newtonian flight physics, where your ship actually continues to fly in a direction even if you rotate it by 180 degrees until you accelerate again. This is possible by turning off the flight assistance. This is mappable to a key. You can also do this on the joystick, of course, and again, it's explained in the flight school. Newtonian flight maneuvers can be especially useful for attacking capital ships, because it allows you to basically drift along a moving target and, for example, fire to the side at their turrets while you drift along the ship. Another special feature of X4 is that your ship can be dragged with larger objects, especially capital ships. So if you are in an S or an M ship and get really close to a capital ship, your ship gets slowly dragged with the capital ship, and that allows you to focus on the surface of that ship and target, for example, turrets or shield generators individually, while not caring about the large ship potentially even flying turns. So you will not be rammed by the capital ship if you are very close to it. This really allows for dogfight and flying into a capital ship like the channels on the Death Star. Similar to capturing small ships, it's also possible to board large ships. It's not as easy as with S&M ships, because they have a large crew and there is no chance that the entire crew will leave without a fight and hand over the large capital ship to you, but you can prepare for a boarding operation. This requires Marines, which are a special category of crew on your own ships, which can be trained to become better and improve your offensive power against such a ship, and it requires that you prepare the target ship by shooting down its hull, by destroying turrets and shield generators, and then start a boarding operation with the boarding menu. In that menu you can see what your chances are that all of your Marines will survive, or most of your Marines will survive, and This way you can basically get the ownership of a large capital ship and save a lot of money which you would otherwise spend to buy such a ship. After boarding or capturing, you can always upgrade your ship, or of course you simply buy a new ship at a shipyard and upgrade it. Our ships are modular: engines, shield generators, thrusters for the side movements, and also for the rotation of the ship, as well as lots of surface elements on capital ships like turrets and shield generators, and many other things internally, like software updates, can all be installed in the wharf or in the shipyard's upgrade ship menu. So this is basically the same menu no matter if you buy a new ship and equip it that way, or if you take a ship that you got otherwise and want to just repair it and upgrade it. Not all factions will sell you all of the available upgrades. There's especially some weapon technology that requires licenses, so you have to get better friends with a faction first and then get a license from that faction in order to be able to buy the really high-tech weapons, especially for capital ships. Among the software upgrades for ships, there is also the target computer that helps you more easily target what you have selected as a soft target with the HUD of your ship. This is behaving differently depending if you use mouse controls, where you select a target by just clicking, or if you use a gamepad, where we have an automated locking mechanism that you can also activate but also override with the digipad on your gamepad. Either way, you have selected target and the targeting computer will allow you to shoot off the center of your HUD cross, and that's a very powerful upgrade. Of course, in addition to the normal weapon types like lasers, plasma weapon, beam weapon, all of those different weapon types, there are also launchers that allow you to launch missiles and rockets. Those can be configured and basically put into the same slots that primary weapons can oftentimes be put in, or they can be equipped as turrets. In both cases, they would require ammunition, and that's the main difference to the other primary weapons. There's a couple of different ammo types for those launchers, like swarm missiles, for example, dumbfire missiles, which just go straight on, versus auto-targeting missiles, heat-seeking missiles, but also torpedoes, which are slower and heavier, but are ideal against slow-moving or stationary targets like stations because they do a lot of damage. In order to protect yourself from missiles, you can actually use flares on your ship. This is again an upgrade and ammo type that you can install on your ship. And once you are in space and you hear the alarm about an incoming missile, you can press a button to drop some of those flares, and it helps distract the missiles from you. NPCs use them as well, of course. I have mentioned turrets before. All ships larger than the S-type can have turrets. So already an M ship that is still a very good fighter that you can personally control from the cockpit perspective can have turrets. And turrets can be controlled from your normal HUD view by just clicking on the icon from the ship info menu. And they can have different modes. So you can set up a turret for missile defense, for example, or to just support you in attacking your target, or to generally shoot down everybody that's attacking you in a defense mode. Also, if there are mining weapons equipped to a turret, you can set mining modes and more. As you can see in the upgrade menu for your ship, there is not just ammo, but also some other deployable things that you can equip to your ship and which just use the deployable storage. Among those things are, for example, laser towers. Laser towers are simple automated weapons that you can just drop off your ship and which then automatically fire on all of your enemies. NPCs like to frequently use laser towers on transporter ships. So while a transporter, especially an M transporter, is oftentimes not very heavily equipped with weapons, it might have some laser towers to drop when in a fight. Also, this is something that you will notice quickly when you try pirating activities. In addition to laser towers, there are also fight drones, and they are actually mobile and can also be dropped in the same way from the deployables menu. But in this case, they automatically go after your enemies. And again, NPCs like to use them a lot, especially larger ships, sometimes launch entire swarms of little drones attacking their targets. Even a fighter, of course, needs to make money in order to upgrade their ships. So one way to make money in fights is also to pick up loot, as all ships might drop loot in a fight, not necessarily only when they die, but sometimes also earlier. There's always a good chance that there is something valuable to pick up. And you don't even have to fight yourself all the time, because sometimes by just observing an ongoing battle between NPC factions, there's a good chance that you can find something valuable to pick up. It's also always a good idea to hunt down the enemies of your friend factions. Because it helps you not just to get money, but also to increase your reputation with them. So hunting down Xenon in the middle of an Argon sector can help you get a better reputation with them, but also finding pirates can be very helpful in that regard. The difference with pirates is that they are not always obvious, because they use cover. So sometimes it's necessary to scan a ship to identify it as a pirate, in order to be able to hunt it down later. So for that you have the ship scanner, and that helps you to find ships that are just smuggling wares illegally potentially, or also to find pirates. Another way to make money as a fighter could be to steal from stations. You can also hack stations with bombs and EMP bombs, as I mentioned already in the trade section. But you can also go on stations and go to the security rooms and use some handcrafted items to hack a station from the inside. More on that later in the exploration section. But that way you can get a station to actually drop a lot of its cargo, the stuff that it has for production, and then sometimes you might be lucky and be able to pick up that cargo either personally with your ship yourself, or by again ordering some of your other ships to pick up that cargo and then sell it for you. You might not even have to do the hacking part yourself, because sometimes pirates are doing the exact same thing on stations, and you can see that and identify that they have dropped cargo near a station and try to pick it up. Of course, you can try to pick it up before them and steal it from the pirates again. Just be careful that you are not caught with these goods and that you are caught stealing, because then the faction that operates the station might also get upset at you. This video is part of a series explaining the features of X4 Foundations. There are parts about trade, fight, build, think, explore and strategy gameplay. Choose the next one you are interested in from the Egosoft YouTube channel or the playlist to watch them all in one session. So, we are back and we have another guest, Lino, who is also a little bit bigger than me. You have a very big head now, maybe you can move a little bit back. No, it's all fine. You don't have, you're just out at the top a little bit. It's all fine. Yeah.
Also move me a bit like this. And then
no, it's all fine. Welcome to the second part. This is after fight now, and we have our lead artist Lino here with us. Yeah, maybe you introduce yourself a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I'm Lino. I'm like here from 2012 onwards. I'm lead artist here. I'm doing art, outsourcing, and UI.
And the most important question that Gregory wrote here is, what is your favorite X game? Or maybe I should start with the question, from when do you even know the series? Which is your first X game?
X Beyond the Frontier is my first game. I have gotten it via a CD in a Computerbild Spiele magazine. It was in 2002, I think, and then I've played it way too much. So it gets huge nostalgia points for me, because I like I broke the game so far that I couldn't get any more credits because there were upper credit limit and similar stuff. So yeah, nostalgia points, but I'm enjoying currently X4 pretty much. Gets a point at the moment. I can do much more. It's much newer, and of course, recent games are always good.
Yeah, I think that's how it has to be. Maybe tell us a little bit about your current role at Egosoft and what you've been doing in the last year, I guess.
I got to be the lead artist since the last 2 years, so I took over shortly after the X4 release, and then started leading the art style for the Split Vendetta DLC, and took care of ship design and training people, artists in-house, and making sure that outsourcing does a good job with the assets we do. I also worked on the bullets, for example, like all the bullets in-game are from me. I have my fingers everywhere because we're a small company, so I can't really say I have done X session, only this or only that. Is like everywhere, like areas, like all the icons, achievement icons, all the stuff is there from me probably.
Yeah, art is a big area, and we are a small company. People probably don't realize how small we are, but I mean we are making the team bigger lately, but it's the core teams stayed roughly the same size for the last 10 years or even longer than 10 years now, because we are limited by room here in Würseln, near Aachen, and are always here with about 20 people, and only a small fraction of that is the art team, really. Most are programmers, and we work a lot with external artists as well. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about the challenges with the Split expansion, Split Vendetta, because that's like the most recent big project you worked on, right?
Yeah, that was great fun, because of course you always have like an existing race, and you have to capture the feel and the look of the existing stuff from X3 and older games. Mostly was X3 was the reference used, and so we had to translate this look and feel of the ships to the newer set and limitations we have. For example, like all the small ships have to be able to dock on the docking platforms, and these have to fit on medium ships. And medium ships can dock on larger ships, so we have very set defined rules for how big ships can be and how large subsegments are. And of course, the first-person movement. Like, we have to be able to get into the cockpit, and when looking out of the cockpit, you have to see something. There were some old Split designs, for example, where you couldn't really see out of the cockpit. Like it was just a line of light telling you there's a cockpit, but actually in X3 the cockpit was just always like placed on top of the ship, so it's not really in the right position. If I would have kept the cockpit as it was in X3, you would have seen just a wall in front of you, but the ship looked good. So there are some of these things. We have to change the design of the older ships to make them work. And of course, a large point was what was very important for me was the sense of scale on the ships, because in the Argon, Paranid, and Terran ships, we got big ships, but they didn't feel really huge. So I tried to improve this and learn some new techniques to convey the sense of scale, and I think we did a good job with the Split ships, which look massively more large, even if they are the same size or even smaller.
Joshua was showing the right ship for that statement before. He is flying around in the Split carrier here and getting out on the platform right now. No, it's especially when you are inside that it looks really, really big. When you get that sense of size when you fly over those many docks, it's really, really cool. Yeah, I think we're making really good progress with the whole visual style in the game and in the last time. I saw a question that is, I think, will be your favorite. Where was it? Here. Question: what 3D software do you mainly use? Lino, that's something especially for you.
I use Blender. It's an open source 3D creation tool since 2008, so 12 years of this program in use now. And when I started working here, we were using 3ds Max and are still using it for setting up the ships and exporting them. But now, finally, after 8 years of me being here and now being lead artist, we changed the pipeline to open it up more for Blender. So we can use Blender with our pipeline, and this also opens the door in the long-term run or medium-term run for modding. for mesh
Yeah.
modding. That's a huge point
Yes.
we always have struggled with. So with an official pipeline, which we might be able to easier distribute, Blender, all the way.
That's another reason to move towards Blender. I mean, we've been using other products, very expensive 3D software, but it's really not about the price, the reason that we are not using it or we are trying to get away from it. The openness for modding is really a good reason, but it's also the openness for changing the software for us is also an important part, because we would need Marcus here to talk a little bit more.
We
about.
already did changes to the program. We added a feature in the UV texture. We added a feature in Blender. It's now in the official release that you can animate the UV textures. That comes from us, or at least from support from a Blender developer. But this was in coordination with us that we got this feature.
Cool. I didn't know that. Yeah,
but I needed
love
it for the pipeline, so we asked for it and got in touch with them and worked together.
Well, that wasn't even the part that I meant. I meant the whole scripting side of it, and I love open source, and this is in general. Of course, here we can go even further, and it can be integrated in the main software. But it was always pretty painful to develop our own plugins for this other commercial software packages, because we have to. I mean, we need. We are making our own engine. That's also something people have to understand, that we are not using a finished engine like Unity or Unreal, like most developers do. Would have our own stuff. So this is an important thing for us. What are the biggest differences in designing ships for X4 Foundations in comparison with earlier X titles? You mentioned a little bit about that already because of the cockpits, but ships in general, maybe you can say something.
The largest difference is being able to dock on platforms. So you're bound to more limitations. The ship has to be able to stand on platforms, so you can't make very funky, fancy shapes. They have to kind of look okay when they're docked on a platform. So you can't have like an L-shaped ship and have very long, thin landing gears at the back. That looks really, really weird. And of course, it changed to modular weapons, which are like more integrated into ships, a bit larger. And so this affects the design a lot. We have more like the form follows function approach this time. Where we went a bit too far, but this like makes the design more difficult and not so free as we were in the older games. More detailed, of course, because you get closer. It takes much more time to model the ships than compared to X3 or X Rebirth even. Like making the Xenon ships, like the smaller ones, were like a several days task. In X Rebirth right now, it's like making a proper ship with cockpit is like 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Takes a lot of time.
You marked this question here from before, from the chat for yourself, but let me repeat it. There was this: why mark ships S, M, L, XL? X3 had more refined levels that could be implemented as well. Maybe you can answer that now.
A huge confusion or problem we had in X3 was we added more classes, and the scale that was not clear for new beginners. Like we had an M scale, like M3, M4, M5, M6, M7, M7 Plus, and similar.
Yeah.
And new people like never figured out which ship had which size, and this made docking much more difficult. Like this was my approach, and I had to fight a lot for it to make it a bit more simpler in presentation, because we are now bound to the docking base, and it's very difficult. Or you have to very clearly indicate where you have to dock.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, we also have a lot of ship types, which are kind of not, the question masks this a bit, because the question is just talking about the size.
Yes.
But we have like 15 or 20 ship types, like frigate, corvette, gunboat, personal carrier, courier, and similar, which are still there and still working.
Exactly, that's an oversimplification. People just look at SML, because I say that also often in the video. That's a mistake, actually, to think S specifies what the ship is all about. S just specifies how it docks, and that's it, and M. And there are many more ship types than we had in X3. It is just that people got used to these nice little abbreviations, M3, M4, M5. But it's really just that name, that little abbreviation that we have dropped, because it was really not making much sense, especially in combination with the dock sizes and then also a more meaningful specification of ships, like the examples you gave, when you can name the ship a bomber or can label it a bomber or whatever, that gives it a much better and clearer identification than especially a system that also even numerically didn't make sense anymore, because we ran out of numbers. We had to basically it started with M5, M4, M3, but then when we added M6, which is a higher number than 5 but was bigger than an M3, at the latest at that point it became a little bit irritating for new players, I suppose. And that's also the second part of that question. What is it planned to add some more docking bay variants, like a 9S dock or the round dock from the Teladi trade station for more docking variations?
A large amount of time is spent to actually make the docking areas themselves. Like, they're very complicated with different kind of docks, of course. The docks have lots of animations which have to work. Faster docking, slow docking, animations when ships are coming, and like the lights turning on and off if ships are like approaching or not approaching. And of course, all the first-person area around where you have to walk has to be very detailed without breaking performance. But I can guarantee that there will be upcoming new docking areas for the next DLC expansion. So we finally get a bit more variation in there.
There was a question here also in the chat that Michael pasted. Will there be player-unique ships, maybe with the need of huge amounts of Nividium? And Michael himself answered this. We already have ships the NPCs don't use. For example, the fighter ship Nodan. But there was also, that's also always an opportunity to mention the paint mods. Joshua here loves to use them. He was asking me before if he was allowed to use some extreme paint mods when he is playing, because he always has, especially the big ships with quite crazy paint mods. But oh yeah, like this. I'm not a big fan of this particular variant, because especially with such a big ship, it looks a little bit too extreme for my taste, and it looks so beautiful when you have the original design. But there are other really cool looking paint mods. You don't have to go into such extremes. What more?
But the question was also like, can we have more of them? The problem is, like, a ship takes like 4 weeks to make, like a proper new ship, without making variations. We have some variations that are like quicker, maybe a week, to cut some wings off and make the ship look a bit different. But a proper new ship is like 4 weeks of time. We are like maybe 2.5 artists which can make ships. So I would block an artist for this amount of time to have a ship which is not seen in the game until you somehow got access to it. And for many people, it wouldn't be seen. So this is a bit wasteful, and I would rather make more ships which are seen more often, and make player ships or special player ships maybe more special just with paint mods. Like, you have a very special kind of ship which is special paint mod hidden somewhere in the US which you can capture.
Yeah. Another question here. Yeah, another question that I read here is, are there any plans on adding more battleships like the Xenon I down the line?
Oh, that was... the Xenon I was great fun. I also made this like in X-Rebirth times. It took like 3 months of man-hours to make this work. I sat on this way too long. It was fun. It was even planned to make it even larger, so it was only the first part of 3. So yeah, another 3 months of time. Large ships are fun. Every expansion gets more capital ships, of course. But of course, so the next DLC will have another big ship or another big ships. What kind of role they have, I'm not going to say, because it's also not always completely set in stone. But I can't add, like, for all the races now, more capital ships because of the time constraints we have at the moment.
Mm-hmm. There's a question here, I read it out, but it's actually for later. When will our wingman use travel mode to get to the enemy and not just slow boat of the enemy? That's something for Adrian. This is our guest after the last part, the strategy. So stay tuned for that when we talk about AI a little bit. We have our programmer Adrian joining us after the strategy video. That's the last one in this queue here. What more? What did I miss? You started selling merchandise, which looks great. Is there a chance we could get a cool A1 size X4 poster to buy? That would be a question for Gregory now. Right now there are no posters, but I think that's also...
We have the artwork for it. So possible.
There are definitely plans to extend the new merchandise shop. I should get up to show the T-shirts, which are now available in that shop. We have added just recently this and the other one that I'm wearing in the videos. When you watch the video later, the next one is Build coming up next. Then I'm wearing the Teladi T-shirt. So these are now already available, and more stuff will be coming. What else?
I do see another question, and Nenu Ninja is asking or saying it does get hard to distinguish the difference between different ships in size category. Will there be any icon changes to help with this? I decided against making the icons too varied. We have like per size like 4 different icons, so it's in total 12 icons, or maybe 16. The problem is if I add all of the different variations, the ship types, like the frigate, corvette, per ship size, I'm running in the problem of adding too many different icons the player has to learn. So that's the reason why I didn't do it. So at the moment I would say no, we don't do this.
Mm-hmm. There's another question here. Are there any plans to overhaul the Teladi, Argon and Paranid ships now with the new techniques you developed?
I would love to do this.
Yeah.
It's just a question of time, because I know how to make them better, and I actually did a very quick run, like half a day on the Teladi large ships before we released, because they were like very, very bare bones. It's just time. I would love to it. I would love to do it.
We will see.
We will see.
It depends on time and budget and everything, but we are continuing the development. That's the good news. We definitely are continuing to work. There's the next expansion coming out at the end of the year. As I said already, 4.0 and the Terran expansion, that's what we are currently working on. And while we do that, everything moves on. So it's not just we are focusing now entirely on
someone just asked the question about 3D printing. I'm not showing the ship, but the question is, can you export the ships, the 3D files, to 3D print them? And yes, you can, but it takes a lot of work to make them actually printable. So
is this just an engine you are seeing there?
I have an engine here.
Yeah, show it. Why not?
Yeah, just the engine. I can show the engine, so here's the engine.
Because
nothing more. I don't have the Xenon chips. I've printed 3 Xenon chips on my workplace, but I'm in home office, of course, so I can't show them. And some fans have copies of these chips on their hard drives. Yeah. We probably can ask Gregory to maybe make him share these Xenon chips, the 3D print files. I have them, so at least people can print these. I don't have any, or it takes lots of time to make other ships printable because they have so much detail and lots of manifold surfaces. So yeah, if people want to do this for us and make them printable, and then we can share the files, of course.
And send us a copy of each.
Yeah.
No, it's just kidding, but it's cool, yeah. That's a question for Matthias for later. I'll skip that. Why do all the builder ships have the same model? Mm-hmm. Same answer again.
Time constraints, yeah. It's one ship the player doesn't really fly. So that was the reason why we said a player is not flying this ship really often. So it's not really important, or we can't put the time and effort into making more variations or more new ships from this, because like 3 to 4 weeks on such a ship and then 3 additional races would be like a lot of time for single artist, and we invested this time to make more other ships and not builder ships.
Yeah. Okay. I think are there more questions? What influenced the bigger Xenon ship design? Like natural bugs? For me, that doesn't really match how I could imagine ships built by an AI. What's the reason for
we had in X Rebirth, they changed to the branch 9 Xenons, and they were more like somehow organic. Something happened, so I don't even know the lore-wise why we said it. So they all got a bit more organic and got like this bug-like shell or shrimp-like shells, compared to the older X3 Xenons, which are like very cubic and like grid-like. That's all I can say. It was probably just art design decision at the time from all the art leads to say, yeah, we want like nice, very different looking Xenon ships, because they look cool, but it's very different lore-wise compared to X3.
Okay, I think we have to move on because we still have build, think, explore, and strategy coming up, and people talking in between and us answering questions. But before I say goodbye to Lino, the last question from Gregory here was, which part of your work makes you proudest? What is your personal favorite ship, probably, but asset in general?
Yeah, currently, my favorite ship is currently the split large trading ship. I don't even know its name. That was the first ship I made for the first Buffalo. Yeah, that was the first ship I did with the new techniques. I tried to figure out how to make ships larger, and this was a very successful try in doing this. So that's my favorite ship in the game at the moment. Aside of course the Xenon I, because that's very old from me. It's like from 2013 when I made it. That was Wings Rebirth. So the new ship I like the most. And most rewarding is probably just seeing people starting to make nice screenshots of the game and sharing this. Because it's now like when people start to make nice screenshots. I've seen very beautiful ones now on Steam, which a few people do. Mm-hmm. And this is really, really rewarding, seeing people to actually make new content, new art with the meshes and the rendering and the textures we did in the game. That's really fun.
Yeah. Thank you very much for joining us, Lino. And we move on to the next video about building. So.
Yeah. Thanks all for the questions and stay tuned. Bye.
Okay. Bye. The next player type is the builder, and building is now a very important part of X4. And you can first get a plot for building your own station. That's basically just reserving the space, and you have to be careful where you do that, because it could be pricey and cost money to just reserve space for a station depending on what faction owns the space. You can just ignore that and simply reserve the plot anyway, but in that case you might upset the faction, and sooner or later they might attack you. So it's probably a good idea to either pay the price for the plot or find a space where you don't have to. The more remote areas of space that are not controlled, which are maybe not so good for later delivery, are still favorable sometimes because they are cheaper for getting a plot. Next, you start the Plan Build menu, and here you basically put together a station from modules. Those modules on the left side of the menu can be basically used like Lego stones. You put them together and form and design your own station. In the beginning, you only have a few modules available on the left side of this menu, but later in the game you get more and more blueprints. Either you buy them from faction bosses, or you get them illegally by scanning data leaks on stations again. This also might require a little bit of research, an activity that I talk about a little later. As you can see, the modules in the building menu come in different types. So the most important ones are the production modules. Productions are the parts of the station that constructs wares, makes wares from resources. But then you also need a storage where both the resources for the production go, as well as the outcome, the result of the production. Other things are living sections for the workers on a station that help you improve the efficiency of a production. Also a docking module, of course, in order for ships to be able to trade with your station is needed. Later you can also add a pier for larger ships to dock to your station. And many other modules that are just there for connecting or for constructing the station that fits exactly your design. After you decided for the initial design of your station, which you can later of course change and improve at any point in time, you also have to decide how to pay for it, if you will. You can either bring the necessary resources for building directly to a build storage, or you can just hand over money to the station's budget and create buy offers for your build storage automatically. In that case, NPCs will be bringing those wares directly to you. In the Plan Build menu, you will also have to assign a builder ship to your construction place, and that ship can be be hired from NPC factions and just assigned to the construction place. And it will stay there as long as you give it something to do. After a while, after that, it might go away again, but you can later hire another one. Once the resources are there, your plan makes sense, and the builder ship is available, construction automatically begins, and you can see the welding drones buzzing around your station and you can watch it being built. Of course you don't have to, and you can just let it sit there, and this happens in the background while you will be away playing missions or doing other things. Once a station becomes operative as a factory, you can use the logical station overview menu to see what's going on inside. This menu shows you nicely the production modules and the storage and how they are connected. So as soon as you have multiple production modules, you can basically see the flow of your wares inside of your station. On the one side, the resources that come into the first storage, then the first production module that takes the resources out of that, refines them or produces something out of it, puts that into a storage, and then you can build a chain of multiple productions. And here in this menu you can see all of this in a logical overview. This menu is also interactive, and you can open every production and every storage and control exactly how the manager of your station is supposed to operate it. By default, it will all be automatic, and that means both the storage levels for every resource and product will be decided by the manager, but also how much he should pay for the resources that he wants other NPCs to bring. So you can set up manual budgets, and you can also set up manually how much storage space you want to be reserved. But you have to be careful because your storage is limited, and it can always happen that because you are producing wares, you run out of space for this certain budget, and then your production cannot operate anymore. So the automated management of storage space is actually normally a good idea in order to operate everything at best efficiency. Efficiency is a key word here, by the way, because normally you always make a station more productive by making it bigger, by adding more production units, or by having a second station and more storage as well. But the real way to make more wares in the same amount of time is what we call efficiency improvement, and the best way to get that in your station is by getting more workforce. Workforce requires living sections, which are very expensive and hard to get, especially the blueprints are expensive, but once you have them, you improve the efficiency of your productions and basically can produce more goods per time, which means much more money. The ultimate goal for every player who is a real builder is, of course, his own shipyard, and that's the last step, if you will, because it's the top of our pyramid of wares. At the bottom you have resources that you mine, and then they are refined into higher and higher products, and at the very top you build either ships or stations out of it, and you can do it all yourself. Your own shipyard will be producing your own ships. In the very best case, you are not anymore buying the resources for your station from NPCs, but actually manufacture everything yourself. So the only thing that you buy or get manually is the resources at the very bottom of a station, and then you have your entire chain included in your own station, or you build up a supply chain between your own stations so that you become completely independent of NPCs. I have mentioned storage for your station, and I have mentioned the build storage. It's important to distinguish between the two. A build storage is needed at the beginning and contains the resources that your station needs to build, whereas the normal station storage is the sum of all the storage modules that you put on a station and where the products as well as the resources go. Sometimes you might want to move wares from your station storage into your build storage. The easiest way to do that is to just add trade drones to your station, in which case all of that goes automatically. That's also an advantage, by the way, for trading, because trade drones make it possible to more quickly empty trade ships. So it's always a good idea to have trade drones either on your trade ships or on your station. But if they are on the station, you also automatically can move wares from your build storage to your normal storage. A very special station to build on in X4 is the headquarter. The headquarter is part of the plot, which I will be talking about a bit more in the think section, but it's also very useful for the builder because it allows you to get one important feature of the game, which is called research, and research unlocks important things like teleportation later in the game. So improving your headquarter can be an essential part of building as well. Other branches of the research activity that is unlocked with this plot also include research for mods. Mods are the very best way to improve weapons, ships and engines for very advanced players. Another cool thing to build are venture docks. Venture docks are our gateway into the online gameplay. You add a venture dock to one of your stations, and that allows you to send ships to other player universes on ventures. Ventures also reward you in the game with very nice rewards coming from those parallel universes of other players. And of course, when you participate in this gameplay, you also see visitors to your own universe. Venture in the loadout menu of the plan build interface. If you are into the design aspect of the game, you might also want to design ships. And you can of course do that with upgrades and designing your ship on the modular level of applying engines and so on. But there's also the possibility to change the color and texture of your ship. And you do that with the design menu. And one thing that you can apply here are also paint mods. Paint mods can be found in ventures. So if you play the online gameplay, you can get paint mods as a reward. This video is part of a series explaining the features of X4 Foundations. There are parts about trade, fight, build, think, explore and strategy gameplay. Choose the next one you are interested in from the Egosoft YouTube channel or the playlist to watch them all in one session. Okay, and here we are back with our next guest, Matthias. Hello. Yeah, Matthias, same question like to the others. Maybe you say a little bit about what role you have at Egosoft.
My role, the short answer is I'm a programmer. I write code. I write code. The areas I'm involved in a lot of gameplay stuff. I wrote a big part of the map code and was also involved in the design of that, the X4 map specifically. Mm-hmm. And recently I got into some mission writing with the combat scenario that we made for Gamescom, and that is now also in the game, and the flight school.
Cool. And Gregory's important question, what is your favorite X game?
My favorite X game is also the one I played first. It's actually X Beyond the Frontier. I'm a bit older than I look. I actually played that when it first came out. I played the demo when it was available and instantly fell in love. Like, the setup is so awesome. You start in this familiar environment, you're around the moon, and then you do the experimental jump. Things go wrong and there's aliens. They're talking to you in a weird language, and then, yeah, all the mystery that you unravel and the story that you play through.
Cool. You said you already played the demo. Was that a playable demo or the rolling demo?
It was a playable demo. If I remember correctly, you could play up until you enter the Teladi sector, and you could play for an hour or so there.
Yeah, there was something like that. But that came out after the game already came out. Because when I say X Beyond the Frontier demo, then I always think of the rolling demo, which was a big deal for us. I think that was already released at least a year, if not 2 years before the game. We made we had the 3D engine, and it was this was, I think, part of the reason for the success for X Beyond the Frontier, because we used the 3D engine and it was bundled with a lot of graphic card CDs. At the time they had CDs with them. So lots of graphic card manufacturers, among them Elsa from Aachen, just around the corner here.
Elsa is from Aachen? I didn't know that.
Was, unfortunately went bankrupt. I don't know, in the early 2000s at some point, but they had a big office here, just a few kilometers from us. Okay, one question I ask you first: what are you most proud of in the work that you have done on X4? I guess
it actually is one of the most recent things, the flight school. It's just every time I see somebody play the flight school, actually enjoy the scenario that's going on, enjoy the voice acting and the lines that have been written and what you do. And also when veterans learn new stuff, I just love seeing that. I can't get enough of it.
That's why I guessed your answer, which is why this was a great lead up into this part of the interview, because I have prepared already. This is now me playing. So if you wonder why I'm playing so badly here, this is now not Joshua anymore. This is me, and I have to talk. But this is really cool, and I agree. This is really a great addition to the game. We made this for 3.0. Matthias did, and it's.
I wasn't alone. Other people helped me.
Yeah, but you did the main part, and this is really helpful for new players, and that was also an important goal, because we always heard this criticism in the past that it is too hard for new players to get into the X games, and especially also in X4, especially with before 3.0, as it was still much more of that sandbox nature. Now we have the plot and more plot helping you to get into the game, but it was pretty rough with the release version of X4 without the new plot and without the flight school. We have this tutorial thing. Can I even? No, I cannot open it here. The other tutorials that are still in the help menu, but the flight school is much cooler. And so here's this guy that is asking me about moving around, and this is used already to get the player familiar with the WASD moving or other ways. It works. The whole flight school works with the gamepad, works with joystick, so it adapts and tells always the player opportunities to change the configuration. And question to you, Matthias: what was your motivation to do it?
X has kind of this reputation of being very hard to get into, and even with the tutorials, which we will do more of later, but even with those, it's still really hard to get into. But at least now you kind of have a fighting chance to know how to fly a ship after you do the tutorial. So, like, getting people to actually be able to do the complex stuff in our game with as little friction as possible is really important to me. And not having people get the game, try around for a bit, don't manage to do anything for a while, and then uninstall it or whatever, and not go back to it for a very long time. We also have a very awesome community. I want to shout that out too. They are really helpful to newbies. They are always happy to answer questions, but of course the tutorial is always a better solution to that, because not everybody immediately goes onto the forum or something like that.
Yeah. I'm a little bit breathless, as you can hear, because I just had to do my jumping jacks in the tutorial. And I'm now sitting in the cockpit and doing my undock. So I'm flying. The next question that Gregory already prepared was, how do you approach the development of the flight school? I mean, it was actually a long time that you worked on it, right? Maybe you can also say how long this took.
If I remember correctly, we started very shortly after Gamescom, right? We made this quick fight demo for Gamescom, and after that we basically talked about making a similar thing in a very contained scenario, but as an actual introduction to completely new players. What I did was, at the very first, just make a list of stuff that need to be taught. In this case, when it comes to using your ship to fly around and do other stuff. And I made a bullet point of these, a bullet pointed list of these things, put them in some order that in my head made sense. The order got shuffled around a lot during development. Then I basically wrote a script for the flight instructor and made the mission. And we kept iterating a lot on that. I made a very rough outline at first and got a lot of our colleagues to test it and give feedback, and Yeah, it was a month-long process to get to where it is right now.
Yeah, I remember talking to people on Gamescom was also actually helpful. We made this demo for Gamescom. That was actually your task before that, and that also took. Basically, it's the two have to be seen together. This is now in the game as the fight demo, and this is both your work mainly. Even though that even more had the whole team working on it. The fight demo, even more than the flight school, because it was a combined team effort to get many of the fight activities shine more. They improve the effects and improve the balancing and many things, and then be able to present it in a short little thing, which is like the opposite of what an X game is, and that's always where we struggle. And but we wanted to have something not just for trade shows, but also for trade shows, and that's what basically started then also the flight school. The next question from Gregory here was, what was the feedback from players about it? Did you get any?
A lot. It was pretty much overwhelmingly positive. Whether it's people recommending new players to try out the flight school because it's really good, or seeing streamers and YouTubers play through it and really enjoying just playing through it, because to them it's just a fun thing to do, even if they already know 99% of the stuff. But also seeing veteran players try it out and learning one or two new things that they haven't known about or considered before.
Yeah, that was also one of the points, by the way, for those videos that we are showing here, that Gregory wanted to point out that there are actually quite a lot of veteran players that watched the videos and discovered new features of the game. That's the thing with X4. I've read about some people that say they are playing, they have sunk like 400, 500 hours into the game, then watched the videos and still discovered new features. So,
wait, this game has trading?
No, that's not it. But many other things. But what was it again? I saw that one comment about how you. But one particular feature of trading that he discovered. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Next question from Gregory here was, what are you currently working on for the 3.20 update?
The thing I'm currently working on is actually performance of the map, especially in the late game when you have a lot of ships and a lot of ships that are doing stuff. You can see these order lines on the map, like you have a ship, and when a ship is being told to fly to some other place, you see this blue line going there. And when you have a lot of these lines, the map gets really, really slow. And I'm currently working on improving the performance for that.
Yeah, I switched back to Joshua so he can maybe show us a little bit of that. But he is currently in a big fight, so he is maybe show a little bit of that. But yeah, the performance is something that we are always working on, and the map. I don't know. I mean, with the normal game, it is of course always in normal situation. But what's a normal situation in X4? I like to have frame rates that are, in the best case, north of 60 frames, something like 100 frames. I have this cool monitor that allows me even this free syncing with 100 frames or something, and that's really cool but that's of course only possible when you are in relatively, in exploration, for example, but not in the densest of battles. But I think it is acceptable that on the map, you don't need 60 frames. I mean, the map is a different type of gameplay. You are moving icons around. You are that's a situation where the game doesn't really benefit from 60 or more frames per second. But still,
I'm not sure I completely agree. Yes, it's a different scenario. It's not as important as in some others, but it still feels better if you have a map that controls at 60 frames.
Absolutely, yeah, sure. But it's a little bit unrealistic with all of the amounts of information. But I mean, we also saw extreme safe games, and you can probably say something about those that triggered
the one
those.
I'm using. Sorry.
Yeah, those that you are now currently investigating. I wanted to say.
Yeah, the benchmark save game that I have right now, the player owns a bit over 1,000 chips and has the reputation for a lot of the big factions high enough that he can also display all their ships orders.
Yeah, that's even worse.
So you have thousands upon thousands of active orders if you turn them all on.
Yeah.
And I'm basically just using that as a benchmark and see, okay, how many milliseconds can I take off one frame? Right now, I think it takes 120 milliseconds to render the map for me, and that is a lot. That is too much.
No, Joshua is trying to bring the frame rate down right now, but he is not friend with any faction at level 30 yet. But yeah, there's a lot of little order lines visible on the screen right now. I already asked you the question about what made you most proud. We already saw the flight school.
Right.
I don't think I will be playing through the flight school here because I also cannot even hear the sound right now. But we made a video about that in one of the earliest X-Logs, I think. So if people want to see that first and learn about how it works, then go back to the X-Log or just simply try it out. That's probably the best idea. Let's have a look at some questions from the chat. Will there be keys added to rotate modules while you build without place them before in space when you rotate modules?
Yeah, I think I know what they mean. So if you select a new model to place on a station, sometimes it's not in the right rotation to fit to where you want to put it. Mm-hmm. And at the moment you have to first place it, which may be awkward if you already have a pretty filled plot, and then rotate it and then move it to the correct location. We are always looking at these cases and how to make them work better. Maybe adding hotkeys for that is the end solution, but we are usually trying to make more elegant solutions first. And if stuff fails, then we use more keyboard keys. But our goal is also to have this work if you play with a controller. Ideally, you can play the entire game comfortably with a controller from your sofa without having to get up.
Yeah,
I think you sometimes do that, right? You just sit in your living room.
Especially in this menu, it might work even better than mouse controls in some cases with the axis. We were just talking about that before.
Yeah.
That you have more with the two analog sticks in addition to the buttons. You have more control over additional axes, which can be helpful in this case. Mm-hmm. Somebody's asking why you selected the hexagon style of the map. I know it's a personal thing, but I didn't get warm with the hexagons.
Yeah.
That's not me, that's somebody else here. I am very warm with the hexagons.
Me too. I love hexes. Of course, I cannot argue with taste. If you don't like hexes, then I'm not going to tell you you're wrong for not liking hexes because they're objectively better. But it's generally easier to make a hex grid look smooth than a square grid. Mm-hmm. And it's a bit more math that you have to do, but it's also not actually more elements that you have to render. It's the same amount. Yeah,
and I think it fits a little bit better with the way our universe is structured with gates. I mean, that's probably again taste because people get so used to the X3 north, south, east, west gate structure, which of course fits better with squares at first, but then you don't just have north, east, south, west. Even in X3 games, we had more gates, and it was even multidimensional. And multidimensional with the gates doesn't necessarily end with 3. Of course, the game is 3-dimensional, but there can be, if you have more than 6 gates in a sector, then you actually go into more dimensions, which you would need to present it correctly. And the squares give a false impression of simplicity sometimes. I mean, even the hexes do that. The problem that I have tried to comment on a few times already, that people always think our universe is so small because they just look, everything fits nicely in a hex, but that's actually not true because they zoom, and they zoom on a sector level, on a system level, and we just try to make everything to present the universe as nice as possible.
This actually kind of calls back to what Lino talked about earlier. It's sometimes really hard to convey scale when you have these really smooth looking surfaces. In the UI, you cannot really add these dribbles that make stuff look bigger. So you zoom out, you see, okay, there's like 10 sectors in a row. 10 sectors, that's not that much. But if you then zoom into one sector and you see all these stations and you try to realize that there's hundreds of kilometers between these stations. Yeah.
Here's a longer question for you. Can you add a game option for a button or joystick, I guess, joystick slider, where you can set the sensibility how strong your ship can accelerate, like 0 to 100%, 0 to 75%, so forth. So docking of faster ships would be easier. That's probably a sensitivity. What they mean is, this is probably one of the person that have a problem with the docking UI at the beginning of the game. And I mean, we already do that, right? I mean, the sensitivity does go down, the sensitivity goes up, the movements go down when you are near a dock.
Yeah, it's because of the speed limit. It basically increases the sensitivity. Of course, if you have a ship that's already close to the speed limit, which inside dock areas should be 50 meters per second generally, then it doesn't change much. But those ships are usually also pretty large and slow, shouldn't have a difficulty. Yeah, maybe one ship where I sometimes have a bit of trouble docking is either the Nova or I think the Kestrel, because they have these engines that can align vertically as well. So you have very, very strong vertical strafe acceleration.
Yes.
And then when you try to gently lower down on the dock, you sometimes basically pancake your ship and in the worst case, break the game a bit and end up below the docking bay.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I love this ship because of its rotating engines and the fact that it comes across so realistically. That this ship actually behaves very different from one with fixed engines, and that's why the fight video actually started with that ship. There's a question specifically for you from before. Can you say something about resource respawn? That was...
Oh yeah, I heard about that. I immediately knew that you were going to defer to me when it was asked. The question, I think, was about both asteroid resources and crystals, which are actually two very different systems in our game. Starting with the crystals, they are just a thing that is only happening around the player. It's AI cannot really find crystals. It's only around you. And if you just keep flying, they will always keep spawning. Every asteroid, I think, just has a flat chance to have one of these crystals on them. And you just, if you don't find any more crystals in your area, fly to another area and look there. That should work. The actual resources like ore and silicon and ice, they do go down over time as your ships mine and as AI ships mine as well. And they also replenish over time. We have been trying to make this matter more. The system actually already existed in X Rebirth, but we are still not really at the place where it makes strategic differences, where you actually have to move on to a different asteroid field because this one is mined out. But we're trying to improve on that as well, that you actually see, like if, for example, one big miner goes to a small but lucrative asteroid field, mines itself full, that it's actually empty and will be empty for a couple of hours while it slowly regains resources.
Here are two nicely matching questions. First, a general one. That was, what's the configuration the game is played on in the background? I find it really fluid with all the stuff happening. That is the most of the time, and especially when a lot of stuff is happening, like here, that's my son Joshua playing, and he's playing on a laptop actually. So this is not crazy impressive system. I think it has a he's looking at me. My laptop is great, but it's at least not as fast as the system that I'm streaming from here, which also is running the game. So when I switch to this other where I was playing the flight school, that's a much faster PC. This laptop has a 1070, I think, mobile version of it, or 1070 at least, and Yeah, our game mostly hangs on the CPU. So this is some kind of i7, I think. But if people have huge performance problems, either they have the graphic cards, or what we often hear is at least graphic cards with not enough graphic memory. That's not so much performance, but that's when you get stability issues even. So the graphic card must be above 3 GB of video memory, dedicated video memory. And but otherwise, it's always CPU and memory that helps. Memory nowadays is so cheap that people have enough. If you have your 8 to 16 GB, that is good enough. But it also it helps also if you have a CPU with a good bandwidth to that. The question that goes to you, Matthias, that came immediately afterward. As someone who goes beyond all shreds of reason with the station construction, what's the intended module count for stations? I end up destroying my frames near my stations. That's something that can happen, of course, if you build crazy.
Yeah. I don't know that we actually have an easy number in mind. We probably the AI stations, of course, they are generated at GameStart with a certain layout in mind, but we also don't say, okay, now make a station with 10 modules or whatever. They just try to see, okay, I want to produce this. I need this production module. Okay, because I want to produce this, I need that and that much storage, and I also want to have this and this much workforce, and maybe I want a defense platform, and so it adds those and adds the docks and the connection modules if it cannot fit them together.
Yeah. The way how we tried to limit this to performance-wise a little bit was, of course, with the plot sizes. Yep. We said, okay, first of all, it gets very expensive, especially in faction-controlled space, which means also you are more likely to be near other stations, which, of course, adds to the performance problems. If you not just have a crazy big station, but even have a crazy big station near other crazy big stations, that's even worse. Yep. So the plot assignment is intended to encourage you to move to the fringes of a sector, and then the price goes also up with the towards the end. So if you have the maximum, I think 20 by 20 by 20 kilometers, or what is it?
That sounds right.
Yeah, but
yeah, I think that's right.
The maximum plot size, it should be actually very expensive, and that way encourage players to not go too crazy to that limit. And what we thought is mostly if you buy fill this volume basically in one dimension predominantly, like you build a longish station and add to the side like with solar panels, then you should be pretty safe performance wise. But of course, if you fill that volume like a cube to the maximum, then you will have serious problems. I have seen crazy stations, but yeah, people have to be aware. There's no hard limit. We are not hard limiting you to only 100 or 200 or whatever modules to a station, so you can Lego play quite a bit.
Yeah, we are kind of philosophically opposed to hard limits on numbers, like number of modules, numbers of stations, numbers of ships. We're not really ever doing that.
Which is sometimes falls on our feet, but yeah. Next question is definitely also for you. Will we get the flyby camera as external view? I used it a lot in X3, so I think he means this whoosh thing.
I completely know what he means, and I like that camera too. It's especially if you want to make some cool videos, it automatically makes a nice shot. Yeah, I would like to. Yeah. We should look into that.
Yeah, I think maybe there's a chance that it ends up on a list for 4.0. There's at least some tasks that have a chance that are related. Like we also were not so super happy with the F2 two times button press thing. That is we discussed that's basically the same area of work, that currently you have to press F2 or F3 for the external camera multiple times in order to get the free camera movement, and the idea was actually that it switches to the second mode as soon as you press a key on the numpad, for example. So there's some smaller tasks, but yeah, they add up to something bigger. that the second part of that question was also, can you make the external camera not lose target when a ship blows up? So switch to the wreck or continue to watch the space where that was.
That is probably a question for Stefan, actually, who is not going to be here today.
That's green.
I'm going to say probably. It's probably a design decision that we didn't do that. Maybe one that we should revisit and rethink.
No, it's not a design question. I think it has to do with the fact that it's locked to that object and the object disappears. I mean, you can do it design-wise with F4. If you press F4 at the right moment, then the camera stays there. But of course, you don't know exactly the moment when the ship explodes. So, especially when the ship is flying at a high speed, then that stuff happens.
Actually, this might not be for Stefan after all. Maybe it is for me.
I
can take a look. If we want to change it, that is probably a very easy change.
Yeah. There's another question. Does anybody know what the technical limitations are for a maximum sector size? Is there even one? Or, I mean, I know there are reasons why we don't. I mean, for every intent and purpose, you can fly very, very long in a direction.
Yeah. Yes. Just look at the sector Nobilius Fortune 2.
Yeah.
It has a pair of highways that are extremely long, and actually longer than our map can reasonably display the fog of war at. Because if we displayed the fog of war for the entire sector, it would make even really good graphics cards run out of memory. It would just be too much data passed along. So there is a soft limit, but only imposed by hardware limits, by what we can make the graphics cards do. In general, you can, in theory, fly everywhere. And people have actually flown towards planets and moons and suns.
Cool. Yeah, I think we have to get to the end already. Then thank you very much, Matthias, again, for joining me. And
it was my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Having time, yeah, thank you. So the next video that's coming up is about thinking. It's a video about thinking. No, with think we always mean missions. So this is a relatively short video about the mission and how you accept missions in the game. And after that, we will have Owen to ask questions about this part and talk a little bit about his work in mission design. So stay tuned. Thank you. So we are in the next group of player types, and that's think. And you might wonder, what is think exactly? And what we mean with this is mostly mission gameplay. This is a big area, obviously. So let's start with the mission management interface. Here you can see the different types of missions. We have plot missions, which are the most important ones, the big epic stories of course. And we have subscription missions, which are also longer and can basically span a very long period of time and many different types of missions, but are always for one faction. So you join an effort and play a subscription mission for a particular faction for a longer period of time. For example, you join the war effort of one Terran faction against the other, and then they supply you with all kinds of tasks, but you can still choose which tasks exactly you want to do. Sometimes, for example, you don't want to get a bad reputation with the other Terran factions, so you only do war missions that are more indirect, like placing satellites and not directly destroying their military ships. But the biggest category of missions are all those below, the other missions. And other missions can be found in many places in the universe. Sometimes just by flying around and looking in this menu, you will see offers of people around you that are just looking for little jobs to be done. These can be simple things like transport something, or also military missions where you have to find a ship and kill it, or any kind of activity. With update 3.0 and also with the Split Vendetta expansion, we have added big new plots to the game. And with this comes not just normal missions, but actually long stories with interesting characters and unique places. That's of course a big difference from those normal other missions that you can play and which are much shorter and also of course faster to play. Another place where you can find mission offers is by talking to NPCs on stations. They too sometimes have something for you to do, and again you can just accept a mission, do it, and later come back to the same person. The majority of those other missions that we talked about so far are usually legal, and even though not always legal on the side of the receiver, because it's the faction that is offering you the mission is not necessarily the same as the mission as the place where you have to do it. So sometimes you have to be careful when you read the mission briefing if this is not potentially related to losing some reputation with somebody else. But there's also real illegal missions by people aboard a station that are, for example, smuggling drugs or want to do any other kind of criminal activity. But those missions are not openly offered. To find them, you will again have to search for leaks, for data leaks. In this case, we call them signals on stations. So by flying close to a station, you can sometimes see them and you can also hear them. And if you scan them, you open a communication with a person inside the station that has something secret to tell you. These type of missions are also your best way to find a contact with a black marketeer, the guys that can help you sell drugs on a station. They oftentimes have very rewarding and very special missions to play for them. The story of the game is not just told through a single plot. Actually, the story of this entire universe is very diverse and spread out all over the place. And matching to that, you can also find what we call data vaults in many places of the universe. I'm talking a little bit more about that in the exploration section, but this is also a way to find out a lot about the history of the X universe, what happened in the past, and all of those interesting stories that the earlier X games were telling, and also the books by Helge Kautz, which are also playing in this big universe. So there are interesting cutscenes that can tell you a lot more about the background of that story. This video is part of a series explaining the features of X4 Foundations. There are parts about trade, fight, build, think, explore, and strategy gameplay. Choose the next one you are interested in from the Egosoft YouTube channel or the playlist to watch them all in one session.
Community of planets. Such was their dominance over other races in business and economic fields that the Teladi quickly became the primary financial power within the community, even introducing the credit as a community-wide currency to great success.
Okay, and here we are back, this time with Owen, live from England. Hello.
Hello. Oh, I look a bit wonky.
You are calling us from England, even though you have worked so many years here in Würsel. Tell us a little bit about how that happened.
Yeah, so I guess I'll start at the beginning, like how I got into the X Games. It was PC World, where they had some of these computers on show, and there was just extension running there, and I went up and played and just flew around a bit, you know, just going through gates. I thought, oh, this is kind of cool. And then one day my dad comes back, and actually I've got it here, with the X Gold.
This seems to be green. Yeah, you have to hold it.
There you go.
Yeah.
And yeah, now I'm back home. I managed to go into my parents' attic and get all my stuff back. So I've got the discs, I've got the manual, all that stuff. But yeah, from there, I fell in love with that kind of game. I wasn't really a PC player before then.
How old were you at that time? When did you start playing an X game?
I must have been 11 or 12.
Yeah, I thought so. You've been really young. I mean,
yeah.
So for me, it's always like you see on my hair. It's always every time these young people are joining the company, and then it's like yesterday. But how many years ago is that? What time are we talking? When did you join us at the office?
I joined in 2008.
Wow.
And funnily enough, since then my hair has gotten a bit grayer as well.
Nah, come on, you're not on my level. Yeah.
No, not yet. But yeah, speaking of stuff I found in the attic, I managed to find. I'll just turn off the green screen for a second. This was a school project that me and my friends did, and it was a PC magazine, and I drew there Xenon L shooting Hornet missiles.
Wow, cool. Cool.
I gave it a score. I gave it a 94%.
Oh,
so well done.
I've never seen this before. Why wasn't that on the wall in the office?
I forgot about it, and I just found it looking through an old box.
Cool.
So yeah, I was at Egosoft for about 10 years. I mean, before then, I was working on Terran Conflict before I moved over. I did testing for X3 Reunion, and I did some scripts and things for X2. I think something got into the bonus pack. But yeah, through DevNet, I managed to get more involved with the process, learned more about the game, how things are put together. With the MD in Terran Conflict, I was able to easily write missions and content. And seeing as I was just finishing college at the time and I had nothing else planned, I was luckily enough to put a lot of effort in and get noticed and come on over.
Yeah, nowadays you are working more from England again. You lived a long time here, directly here at our office near Aachen, and now you are in the UK. Maybe you can say a little bit about the differences between that.
Yeah, now I can say I've been doing home office before it was cool. I was working at my parents' place for about 6 or 7 months, and yeah, I was just looking to settle down, and I always knew like my future would be back in England. But no, being in the office, it was great. Obviously, all the guys were there. Learned a lot, hung out a lot, very hands-on, and played, Tuesday board game night, things like that.
I miss you here, days. Yeah. But right now there are no board game nights and no poker evenings because we are all socially distanced. But
we are trying to solve that.
Yeah,
we're in discussions. But yeah, when I came back, I managed to get a house, and now I've moved in here. I've got my own office area that's dedicated to my work and things like that. I've got a nice microphone stand now, so hopefully future voice recording stuff goes a bit smoother than
that's some a good topic. The voice recording stuff, yeah, people may recognize you when they see you here live on stream.
You might recognize my voice.
Yeah, finally. This is how Bozota really looks like. So yeah. The only Egosoft employee who does that. He's the only one who has a voice for that. We've done that actually long before your time with our adventure games. That when we were making adventure games, and we tried recording stuff ourselves, and then only for it to be replaced by the professional recording done in a studio later. And we always thought, oh my God, how much better does everything sound when somebody professionally records it? But Owen is actually really good with so he's the only one who is allowed to do that.
Yeah, I actually got started in Terran Conflict, I think, because I was at the studio helping the actors understand what the lines were, because we recorded that locally, and I just took a few characters myself and worked there. And I really enjoyed doing those characters because, especially when you know the lines and you can put a bit more character and effort in and say, oh, this is the combat, this is trading, all that. But yeah, with Bozota, that feels like the first real character I've had to do, and it was really fun. But my setup at home back in Germany was very, very put together, janky, I would call it. I've had mattresses on the walls next to me. I've had sheets and things trying to dampen sound. I had to unplug my refrigerator once because I did it in the kitchen. I then had to run back to my apartment because I forgot to plug it back in. I think that was before the gamescom, and we were very tight for time, and I was running back and forth, recording things, programming mission things.
Yeah, we do a lot of decentralized voice recordings nowadays, where we had studios doing everything in one studio before, but nowadays we have like individual speakers for individual roles. And I mean, you are extreme because you even write your role yourself. You write missions, you write the text for your own character, but not just that one.
I'd say I've written about 70% of Bozo, but now our mission team's gotten a bit larger.
And a bit larger. You are underplaying it. I mean, before recently we had basically you and Roger, right? And that's it. That was the mission team. And now we have Lennart, we have Heinrich, we have Adrian. So
and now they're writing lines for me, and sometimes I'm looking at the script and I'm thinking, you want me to say what? And sometimes I'm out of breath like a rap god, and sometimes they have me squealing. But no, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's really cool. Since we have you here, maybe a few questions, especially about what you do on the game, and the question that I forgot the most important question, of course. What is your favorite X game? I think I didn't ask you.
Yeah, I was thinking long and hard about this, because each one, of course, I can pick out what it means to me. Extension was my first one. X2, I think lots of people consider to be like the most all-round. But I think Terran Conflict for me is the one that I always go back and play. For me, that is... I know Albion Prelude builds up on that, but there's some things that are just in Terran Conflict. I think the map is the right size and everything, and all the ships and the races, the relations that are going on during the story. I've had most time with that. I think I streamed Terran Conflict and X2 a few times. I want to stream X4 in the future. I want to play through all the stories again, actually. I don't think I've ever finished Reunion. So that's something I want to do in the future. And I want to see more of these stories that our current team has done, because most the Paranid story and things like that in Split DLC I've seen a lot of, but not really played myself. I've helped along the way and helped fix things.
So the other side of the question, what are you most proud of in your work at Egosoft?
In X4 terms, I think some of the more complicated stuff, once we got bugs ironed out, I'm always happy when I see NPCs moving around and not jumping around and sitting down properly, especially if you have very complicated cases where you want a pilot on a small ship, docked at a big ship, docked at a station to get into the manager's office, and you see him go down the ladders and the elevators and things like that. It's maybe not the most proud, but it feels like an achievement doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. This whole the whole idea of being able to move between ships and stations and like a person, and then also having the NPCs do the same. That was such a big technical challenge and a huge achievement when it finally worked. It took us a long time to work on that.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where we could easily just cheat and just have them disappear in a cabin, but you lose a lot of the immersion if you do that.
Yeah,
and
it's hard.
When you have that system there, you can only build up on it, and I hope we do in the future.
Yeah. It was a big struggle to get to this point, and I mean, people sometimes see the little bugs, and the problem with characters in particular is that if only a very small thing goes wrong, you see
it's very obvious.
Yeah, it is very obvious. People always have this special eye for characters, and it's hard to get this right with so many ships and so many situations and ways and methods and things that characters can do. Yeah. Cool. I have questions here for you, the mission programmer. Are we ever going, or even though that's not really for mission programmer, but it is definitely for you, are we ever going to get scale plate reputation up at any time?
Right. I think this ties in also with the piracy gameplay and things like that. I can't categorically say yes or no on that. We did some of these things for reasons. We do have the system where you can temporarily gain or lose faction reputation, especially per object. And I think we were relying on that. Maybe we're not using that as much as we could. So maybe we could have squads that just randomly say, oh, these are bad pirates and they're coming for me. But things like pirate guilds and things like that are definitely things we've thought of, and it's one of those questions of time. Does it come along with missions? Do they have special characters that you go talk to and do certain things with? One thing about our community is that they do suggest a lot of really good ideas.
Yeah. Can we land on planets?
Yes.
No, they are really good ideas, and that's just a running gag. I'm just mentioning it because it's of course always the one question that we struggle answering the most. These questions that we get, and we cannot just simply say, yeah, sure, we're going to do it, because landing on planets is like a bigger task and not something we are doing in very
not
easily.
4.0.
No, not in 4.0 either. No. The next question, I don't know who asked this. Can you do some impressions of different races? I don't know who asked that.
I actually did voice a Paranid. I think one of my favorite lines was, "Your pitiful games amuse me." Now. Cool.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for being with us here and answering some questions. And I'm saying goodbye now, even though maybe I will be calling you back to stay with me after the explore section of the game. You don't look so shocked. Yeah, it's just coming up now. Just help me answering a few more questions maybe after this one.
Yeah, sure.
So maybe see you again in a few minutes. We now show the exploration video, and after that strategy is coming up. And we also have another guest, that's Adrian, talking about AI after the strategy video. So stay tuned. So next player type is the Explorer, and I think everybody is a little bit of an explorer, and there's a lot to explore in the X4 universe. The first thing that you will explore are, of course, the people living in this universe, the different factions and races, and you will have to find them and also find out how they are related to each other. Who likes who? How do they like you? All of these things are the most crucial informations for building up your trade and your fight relations with them. The most important part of exploration is, of course, traveling through the universe, and a scout ship is great for that, as it's already a very fast ship. But every ship can travel faster than its normal maximum speed with travel mode. Fast ship, a ship that's already has a high normal maximum speed, will get even faster with travel mode, but it is in generally always a very big advantage over your normal maximum speed. You turn on travel mode with Shift 1, and then your ship continues to accelerate for a long period of time, and this comes at the price of maneuverability. So you cannot turn anymore, unless of course you turn off your flight assistance with controlled space, in which case you can still happily turn around but continue to fly in one direction. So this is a little bit dangerous, but possible. One thing you will find in the universe when exploring are lockboxes, and there's all kinds of them. Big ones, smaller ones, they have different type of secrets in them and treasures to find, but they all have in common is little locks that you can shoot, and you will have to be very careful when shooting them. Normally only turn on one weapon in the ship configuration menu. You can always configure your weapons, of course, so even if your ship has multiple, only turn on one and carefully target each individual lock. Just like with the crystals, you can pick up the loot from a lockbox with the loot magnet by holding down the O key. The things you find in lockboxes, similar to the crystals, will all end up in your inventory, so they do not require storage in your ship. You have them on yourself, so that also means when you teleport from one ship to another, you always have it with you. And that stuff can be sold to inventory traders. These are the guys that you will find on every trade station and in every factory even, and they allow you to sell off the valuable things that you find in space and make a profit with it. Some of the things you find, however, are important for crafting, so you should be careful not to sell everything. The inventory is always separated into crafting items and trade items, and crafting items are needed for the crafting table. Go to the crafting table and have a look. It's usually profitable and helpful in other areas of the game if you can craft something from those things. Crafting is as simple as selecting the necessary item and click on the craft button. You will of course need all the ingredients. So the first time you find a craft item, it will show you the recipe for the thing that you can craft from it, but oftentimes you will need the other ingredients too. So it will take a time of exploration to find everything needed. Among the cool items that you can craft are EMP bombs and spacesuit bombs, but also hack items that you can use for the panels on stations. So many things, exciting things to try out. One of the rarest things that you can craft from items in the game is the Zeta time acceleration engine. Fans of the X series know this from the past. It allows you to basically speed up the time of the game, and this is very useful, but it's something that takes a lot of time to find in the game. In order to find lockboxes and other important things in the universe, you can use the long-range scanner. That's another of the modes, and this time enabled with Shift 3. When this mode is turned on, you can use the secondary weapon button or the L key on your keyboard to launch the echo, the signal through the universe, and you will see little circles and you will also hear them for anything valuable that might be around you. So this has a very long range, and it also helps you to find stations that you haven't seen yet, which are outside of your normal ship's scanner range, as well as those little items and loot lockboxes. The long-range scanner adds those question marks to your map, and if you look closer you will see that some of them are the long distant space stations, which are currently outside of any of your ship's scanner ranges. So these are stations that you haven't seen at all yet, but there are also unknown objects, and these are usually lockboxes, so that's something important to find. An even rarer thing to find with these question marks and with the echoes of the long-range scanner are the data vaults that are already mentioned in the Think section. Data vaults allow you to find information about the past of the X universe and also some little treasures, so look out for them. You need your spacesuit in order to access them. Very rarely you might also find abandoned ships, so in these cases you can capture a ship without even fighting. There are also some wrecks in the universe with some hidden treasures inside, and in those cases again it is useful to go into your spacesuit and look on the inside of those objects. Very often you will have to open something to get into these things. One progress of the exploration player is seen in the encyclopedia of the game. Here you collect all the information about the universe, and so you can see, for example, all of the wares that you have been in contact with, all the ships that you have seen, all the modules that stations were built from. So this is just the encyclopedia of all the knowledge that you find in the universe, and as an explorer this is very valuable for you. I already mentioned crystal hunting before, and of course while exploring you sometimes also find crystals on asteroids, and that's another good source for income. One of the rarest things you can find in lockboxes and in other places of the game are components for ship mods, engine mods, laser mods. Those things are very valuable, and combined with the right research you can later improve your ship components to a much more advanced level and get very unique ships that way. Like most activities, even exploration can be automated to a degree, so you can also tell other pilots to explore a region for you, and they too will find things and inform you about it. And at that point it is up to you if you want to teleport yourself to the ship, if you have teleportation already, or fly there and do the activity yourself, or if you tell the pilot to pick up a lockbox for you. Be careful, however, picking up crates and opening lockboxes especially is something that only advanced pilots, good pilots with more stars, can actually do. This video is part of a series explaining the features of X4 Foundations. There are parts about trade, fight, build, think, explore and strategy gameplay. Choose the next one you are interested in from the Egosoft YouTube channel or the playlist to watch them all in one session. Okay, and we are back. I hope everything's still working here, and still with Owen, who helps me with questions about exploration. Not just about exploration, about everything. But if you guys have questions, you can post them now. I still have a couple prepared, so maybe you can help me answering those. Yep. The first one was, I'm wondering, are there going to be officially supported mods that don't set the game as modified, like in earlier games?
Yeah, we had in the past the bonus pack in X2 and X3, I think, where we had to vet scripts and other add-ons, so we knew how it worked, we knew whether it affected the game in an adverse way, that it wasn't cheaty. So that is a process that goes into that if we want to provide that service. And yeah, it's one of those, if we have time and someone takes charge. And
this is a very late in the development process thing. I mean, as long as everything is dynamic, we like to include things in the game ourselves more than taking mods from the outside. I mean, especially the mods that qualify most for this type of stuff are probably little user interface improvements, little that we can then as well add ourselves to the game directly. It's of course, mods are nice because they also give you this modularity that you can decide, or some player, but that's also something we can do with configuration options. The reason why we have this process of tagging the game as modified is that we cannot allow all of those mods that change the balancing of the game and still have something like comparing with other players. Achievements also make less sense, but especially what we want to do in the future also with ventures where people then have even more of a chance to play together online. And that's why we have the modified thing. That means as soon as you change your game, also if you hack your save game, that's also something people can do, but we're not encouraging it, because if you do, then your game is modified and you cannot play online anymore. So that's just a situation for people who don't know that yet. Next question was, I never saw NPCs getting other NPCs to bail. Will this be added sometimes, so you will be able to find more pilotless ships?
Yeah, this is one of those questions where it's like, well, the player can do it, why can't everyone do it? It's you have to draw the line somewhere sometimes, because you'd end up with pilotless ships all over the universe after battle and things like that. Yeah, we would. So I think if you want to tell a story and in a local area, then exactly. I mean,
that's the thing. I mean, we would have to connect. We have to do it right, and not just have lots of pilotless ships all over the universe. That's certainly not going to happen. We did discuss this as a possibility for the future. So maybe something in this direction will be happening, but it will be happening more like a storytelling tool, and maybe also that you randomly see it sometimes. But the goal is not to create lots of ownerless ships. The goal is to show you what's going on as the player, and to have little stories around it. Either little stories, generic stories, or big ones that we use in the plot or in missions. Can we get more fight missions like in X3, where a Xenon fleet enters the sectors and you have to kill them? Owen, that's
for you. This is one of those things that, again, I can say I'm proud of, in the sense that our wars are coming up from the economy. We're not spawning ships like we used to, which in the previous games made fight missions really easy. We just spawn a bunch of ships on the other side of the gate, throw them through, and say, there's a fight mission. Now we have the actual wars happening, war fronts, and we have war subscription missions, which tie into those. I can see us doing more fight missions, which are outside of the war subscription missions, so they're more accessible. It's just a fact of recognizing the situation, because the game isn't saying, there's a war here. The game is building ships and throwing them against each other. And it's the mission system that has to say, that's an interesting situation. I'm going to hook into that and give the player an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, the war subscription missions are really the thing that people have. I mean, not everybody knows it. That was in the Think video before mentioned, but that's of course one whole group of missions that are connected to exactly this feature, and people always have the chance to do that. But yeah, maybe have more free war missions that are not part only of a subscription would be also a nice thing. Yeah. Next question was, can you please make NPCs not wait so often for proceed orders when we leave the cockpit? Maybe that's even a question for Adrian, for the next guy who's coming up, but maybe you can also say something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think also Nick as well also was involved in that stuff.
Oh yeah, of course.
I think we added that stuff to solve one problem, and it doesn't fix it for some other people. It's one of those things where we have to look at it from different angles. But yeah, and there was another report the other day of NPCs going to the back because you told them, I want to take control, but then you walk off and they don't take control. There's a few fiddly things like that we're taking feedback on, and we're going to make some improvements.
Oh, we haven't mentioned this change in 3.20, by the way. The beta 3.20 that I mentioned in the start, currently in beta, soon, hopefully out for everybody, is the thing that you can not so easily block NPCs walking anymore. And you also shouldn't be moved around by the doors and by the chair. So that was something that oftentimes caused problems, especially in tight, small S-ships. I've heard, this is a criticism, and people always see it as a big bug. And it is especially a bug for people who, you don't have to show that so clearly, Joshua. It's okay. I think people get it. But no, the thing is that when you were pushed by the chair, especially into the geometry, for some, especially for beginner players who don't know X4 yet so well, it was oftentimes a true bug, because they didn't know that you just had to press Shift D to get back to the chair. And basically reloaded the game for that reason. So yeah, we made that basically impossible now. So this is in 3.20. Just reminded me of this. There's another question. Could the red speed bump clouds be removed from superhighways? The gameplay associated with them is no longer present, and superhighway travel would look much nicer without them blocking so much of the view. Yeah, Owen, you want to say something? Or?
Yeah. In Rebirth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The highways were a lot longer superhighway travel. I think they were like 10, 15 seconds, and that was part of the gameplay, slowing you down, just giving you something to do.
We made it faster, yeah.
Yeah, so it's worth revisiting. Maybe it was something left behind. Maybe it's the graphical choice. Maybe it was an artistic choice.
We should discuss that. Yeah, it's a good point. We can look into it. Either. I believe it is a good step to make those much faster than they were, because as opposed to the in-sector highways, these they don't leave you much choice. You are just on that travel from one sector to the other anyway. So it's really not nice if you have to stay on that highway for 30 seconds or longer. But even within 5 seconds or 10 seconds, 5 seconds is maybe a good number. I think for currently longer superhighways, we could either make them mean something, so encourage the players to avoid them, or just remove them. Yeah, we will think about it. Okay, last question before we go to strategy. I have here, that's a very nice one. What's the future of the venture system? I think we can both talk a little bit about it, but it's something I definitely would like several of our team members to work on before 4.0. I mentioned it quickly before that we want to go in a direction where ventures are more targeted. Right now, ventures, for those who don't know it, are our our online gameplay. It is a cooperative online gameplay where you are not actually traveling yourself into other universes, but where you can send your ships into other player universes, and you build those venture docks, and you can send and prepare a ship with everything, with crew. The exact ship that you prepared will be seen by other players in their universes, and you will be seeing other ships in your universe. So it's always bi-directional, if you like. And what you do with that is currently those ventures give you some rewards, and you choose different tasks, different ventures. Sometimes, most of them are currently about exploration, and they just take time. And when your ship returns, there's chances that it gets some really unique things. That, for example, is also one way to get more experienced pilots, but it's also a way to get certain things for modding, and it is one of the best ways to get unique paint mods, so to make your ship look varied. All of those things are cool, but we definitely plan to improve this in the future into a more, that you have, as a player, have more control over what those ventures actually do, and also potentially doing things against other players. So the idea is to have it more targeted, so that you are not just sending it to any parallel universe, to any other player, but to those that you have met yourself before, or that you have seen in your universe, those that you have interacted with. So targeted and potentially enemy actions, so that you can say, okay, this is an ally and I want to do something with him, or this is an enemy and I want to do something against him with ventures. And that's basically the goal for the future. We will see how much of that fits into 4.0, but that's why 4.0 is a bigger update, and as I said before, this is towards the end of the year when we can talk more about that. Okay. Then now, thank you very much again, Owen. We are done with. There's one question that just fits so nicely to you. There's a question here. Any chance of to play a Xenon game start? Xenon
Never.
Slayer? Never. Will never happen. Xenon are machines. We don't negotiate with them. We wouldn't make a game start. No. Okay. No, thank you very much. And now the last video part is about strategy. And after that, I will be talking to Adrian. Goodbye, Owen.
Thanks for having me.
So the last category of player type, the strategic player. And again, this is a combination. Everybody is a little bit of a strategic player, but strategies in this game are, of course, mostly about managing fleets, managing ships, managing stations. So this is where the part of the game that plays mostly on the map. Here you see your property overview. This is a list of all the ships, all the stations that you own, and how they are related to each other. You can manage things and put ships into fleets, for example, or let them work as subordinates for stations, or also for other ships. So this part of management is crucial for the strategy side of the game. Something that I've already mentioned before is the order queue, but the order queue is super essential for the strategic part of playing. In this queue, you can see exactly what your ships will be doing in the future. And the order queue is also represented as a blue line for every of the ships that you own and have actively selected on the map. You will see the line showing where the ship will be going in the future, and for every command that it executes, there is a little icon that represents what it's going to do. So if it's a trader, it goes from station to station trading. If it's a ship that has an exploration command, you can see the radius. So this is a very intuitive interface for everybody who has ever played a strategy game before. An important concept on the map is to understand that you get something different depending on if you have already a ship selected or if there is nothing selected. If you just right-click on the map without any prior selection, you will have the context menu that you can personally do. So these are commands for your current ship, whereas if you have a selection, one of your ships in the best case, then the right-click menu, the context menu, will give you options and commands for that particular ship. And this can also be done with multiple ships. You can do a multi-ship selection by holding down the shift key and then dragging a rectangle and then giving orders to multiple ships at once. This is again, I think, very intuitive for everybody who ever played a strategy game before. In the behavior menu of your ship, which is a subsection of the info menu, you not just see the order queue, but also behaviors. And behaviors are basically orders that take a longer period of time. Usually they are permanent, they take forever, if you will. And they can create orders implicitly. A behavior can be something like automatically trade for me and always trade these two wares, or also automatically mine this area of space. Behavior can come with a higher level of automation. In that case, they require very skilled pilots. So, as you will see, some of the behaviors have minimum skill requirements, which are indicated by those star levels. And only the better pilots, those that have already gained more experience in the game, can execute them. So while a behavior can create a normal order, there is also something we call an override order. And that is what happens when your ship runs into an unpredicted situation. And that's, for example, when one of your ship's smuggling wares is being scanned by the police, or when any of your ships is being intercepted by pirates. In that case, they usually call you and ask you what to do. But you can also pre-select under global behavior in your Empire Management menu how they should react by default, so that you do not have to react every time. For example, you can tell them to flee every time or to fight back every time. This action is called an override order because it jumps to the very top of your order queue, obviously. I mean, they may be having 10 more orders to do, they want to be trading, mining or whatever, but right now they are being intercepted by pirates, so reacting to those pirates is now a priority and jumps to the top of the order queue. But this also allows you to change the order afterwards. So you can always go to any of the ships that are indicating a blinking order symbol to show that they are currently doing an override order. So that means something important is going on with that ship. Click on them, go to the behavior menu, and you can change this order and, for example, tell a ship that decided to fight that it's better to flee because maybe their hull is already on a critical level. Again, pilot skills can be very important, and not just pilot skills but also other crew skills, like even the normal crew on your ship is getting better when they learn more during the game, and especially marine skills are important because that helps you a lot in the boarding activity. But all of those people working for you get better when you let them do something. But not all activities are the same in that regard. A ship that's just trading is not giving the crew as much experience as one that is doing a more exciting action. For example, exploration. Or when they are in a fight, they probably learn more than anybody else. So ships that are surviving fights are giving their crew the highest gain in skill. And another way, as I mentioned before already, is playing ventures. So sending them into other player universes on the online gameplay is also a good way to train your crew. For those few very best pilots, you can also use seminars. Seminars are sometimes a reward that you can get at different places in the game, and can then be applied to individual crew members or pilots in order to get them an entire star further up in their skill. A nice feature in the strategy gameplay is also formations. You can select different formations, and some again require better pilots than others, and that changes how your ships are grouping together. When you assign one ship to another ship or a ship to a station, you are in effect setting up subordinates. So at that moment, the boss, the higher one in that hierarchy, is giving orders to its subordinates, and usually you can just say what type of job this ship is doing for the other ship. For example, a typical role would be defend. And that means the wingman in a group will be defending the leader. This is of course very useful for trading ships. You can select a couple of fast scout ships to defend your trader. But this is also very useful for assigning trading ships to a station in order to have the manager of that station use those ships to supply itself with resources or even to sell off its products. That's not needed because you can just normally also rely on NPCs to do this for you. So you're just creating trade offers like every NPC normally does as well, and then the other traders in the universe will come and bring resources to you or buy products from you. But assigning your own ships can help to do this more efficiently or faster sometimes. Another very advanced feature for the strategic player is the supply ship. The supply ship basically works almost like a flying wharf or shipyard. It's able to supply smaller ships that dock to it with new ammunition. So this is very useful if you build up your entire fleet and want to have more ammunition that can normally fit into smaller ships, or if you want to even repair the ships while in a big battle. So supply ships are super cool for large fleet battles. The most expensive and one of the coolest looking capital ships is of course a carrier, like this cool new Split carrier ship in the Split Vendetta expansion, which allows lots and lots of S-ships to dock to it. So you can have a large fleet starting and landing relatively quickly from this very, very powerful base. In addition to repairing ships at wharves and shipyards or with a supply ship, you can also use repair drones. So we already talked about fight drones that can be used as attack measures, and also about trade drones that are needed to exchange wares on a short distance. But repair drones can be put on any ship, a larger ship especially, to be deployed and repair a ship automatically. So this gives you limited minimum repair of the hull of a ship. Ultimately, the most important currency for a strategic player is our relations, political relations with factions. That's even more important than money for these kind of players. And you can. This is both true for your own reputation, your own relation with all the other factions. Of course, as I said already, you can improve those with trading with factions or by killing enemies of a faction in their territory. Then they reward you with better relations. Or of course by subscribing to their war efforts, the subscription missions that I mentioned before. But all of those things are just relations to you. What's also important is the knowledge about the relations between NPC factions. And there is a really cool gameplay feature with the new plot in 3.0 that allows you to even influence the diplomatic, through diplomatic efforts, the relation between NPC factions. So you can actually make a difference if a war continues or if the universe is more at peace. This is a really cool new feature in 3.0. There are even more features that I haven't really got to cover in this video, like for example also the ability to own your own sectors and then set up rules for it, like which wares are legal and illegal. I only quickly mentioned the whole online gameplay that allows you to send ships into other universes, other player universes, which we intend to improve upon in the near future, and many more things that I probably forgot. But as I said, the game is really huge and big, and the idea is always that you have a universe and you don't even need to know all of those things. The idea with an X game is that here's a universe for you. You can do in this universe what you like to do and have fun with it. And while you are playing it, you learn a lot of the activities. I just hope that this video might help the one or the other to learn about some of the things that you may have missed so far. So maybe it was helpful in that regard. If you do like it, please subscribe. Please go to our website. The biggest community for X games is of course on egosoft.com, where we have a very active forum Yeah, and I hope to see you again soon for the next video. Goodbye. This video is part of a series explaining the features of X4 Foundations. There are parts about trade, fight, build, think, explore and strategy gameplay. Choose the next one you are interested in from the Egosoft YouTube channel or the playlist to watch them all in one session. And we are back and we have another guest. This time it's Adrian from Spain.
Hi everyone.
Thank you for joining us. Yeah, Adrian, this is also an interesting story, how you ended up with Egosoft, and maybe you can quickly tell us how you ended up here and where you are now.
Yeah, well, I started in Germany back in 2013, and it was basically because of an internship that I had with my university. When I finished the university, I had this internship for a company in Europe that I could choose, and I ended up having luck with Egosoft, so I started this internship, and yeah, you hired me at the end, and I stayed there until 2016. Was there for 3 years in Germany, in office, and then I moved back to Spain, where I'm from, family and friends and everything, but later I kept working with you, so I, since 2018 or so, working remote from home here in Spain, doing some outsourcing work on the AI for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that also brings me to this other topic, because Spain is so affected by the coronavirus, but everybody currently is, and we haven't talked about it much yet today, even though everybody is currently working from home office. Even here, just around our office in Würseln, we have everybody working in home office. But you, how are you affected by it?
Well, lucky for me, I'm fine. My friends and family, everyone that I know of is fine. But it's true that it got pretty hard here in Spain, with the hospitals very crowded and lots of people very ill. But now, from last 2 weeks, I would say, this is getting better. Now this week we're getting out of it slowly, and yeah, it looks a lot better now, thankfully.
That's good to hear. Yeah. I think we're all moving in a good direction. That's still something to do, but yeah, that's cool. And and you are working mostly on AI. But oh wait, the Gregory question. Of course, I have to ask you first. Which X game was the first that you played, and which X game do you like the most?
Well, I did not play the very early games because I didn't know much about them, actually.
Yeah.
So the first game that I played was X Rebirth. I also played X3 and some others, but not that much.
And not in order, I guess, because you probably played X Rebirth before you played X3, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's probably getting more and more common nowadays. We have actually more and more fans nowadays that played X Rebirth and are coming from that completely different direction than our traditional fans that always. But yeah, that's cool to hear. So which one do you like most?
Yeah, but definitely X4 is my favorite. I think last year on Christmas I had a few weeks of holiday and I spent a lot of hours playing the game, because not just developing time. It was really personal game time playing. It was really fun.
Yeah, really cool. Yeah, and you are our AI and not the only one. I cannot. Obviously, we cannot have everybody in the team here. Nick is also working on AI, and that's of course true with all the other guys who work on the game, who are also not here today. But we asked around. We gave the possibility to everybody to join us on the stream, but not everybody wants to be on camera. But I already saw we have very matching questions for you. Like, there was one guy asking here, are any fleet movement improvements in the pipe? Actually sending a fleet into combat results in ships arriving at the target at a very different time. What makes fleets not so very useful? Adrian, that's for you.
Yeah, that's exactly the main task that I'm working on right now. It's not just a small task, it's part of a bigger group of tasks, but mainly the goal is to improve the fleet combats in general, regarding fleet movement, coordination between them, attacking in a nice coordinated way with formations and doing all sorts of new and smarter things. That is what many people would like to see.
Yeah. There's also somebody asking, can someone ask Bernd about shortcutting ship groups with numbers? That's a little bit related, but yeah, this is more like the user interface side of things, so not so much affecting you. But the whole AI is, of course, it's we could talk about that for very very long, but it's of course it's impossible to really say before it goes into beta. This is also one of the things that really requires a lot of testing, because that's why we have it in this batch for 4.0. I talked about the 4.0 update and the timeline. 4.0 is targeted towards the end of this year, so there will be after 3.20. I don't know, maybe there is something else in between, but our goal is to have a long time where we have time to develop in silence a little bit more and not have new updates every few weeks, because that always interrupts also workflow, especially on those bigger tasks. And but there's a lot of stuff that we have planned for 4.0, and this includes Adrian's cool work. But there's also a lot that you've been working on recently, or more recently, that we've seen in 3.0. For example, just in the video that was rolling now, the strategy video, we saw that large capital carrier with the large fleet starting around. Maybe you can say something about how that works.
Yeah, well, that was a bit tricky because it's not just the functional fly of ships with this huge dock. It's also the amount of ships that usually go together. Not just that they have to fly inside and then they fly outside, docking and undocking. It's also to coordinate all the maneuvers they have to do to don't touch the other ships and go all together in a nice and in a clean way.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a bit tricky, but was also very interesting to make it look okay. I mean, it does work at the moment. It's working very well, I would say. Yeah,
the split carrier is by far the most extreme ship that we got anyway. I mean, we improved this for everything. I mean, when you make improvements to the AI, of course, it's not just for one ship. It's always for all kinds of behaviors and AI scripts. But this is a very extreme ship because it has this crazy amount of S-docks, so you can really have a large fleet starting very quickly, in very quick succession.
Yeah, basically it had to be handled specifically for this case because it's so huge that it's not comparable to other cases. So we have to make special work on AI on this particular ship just to make it look better and just for this particular case. So yeah, it requires a lot of time and flight calculations in there.
There's a couple of questions here. Would it be possible to give the order to the ships if you want them to maintain a close attack or on an attack from a distance? If you want them to maintain a close attack or attack from a distance, would it be possible to give the order to the ships if you want them to maintain a close attack? This probably means that you have them grouped in that's probably part of the formation stuff, right? You work on formations and how ships stick together, maybe.
Yeah, well, it goes together a little bit with the previous question about having ships arriving at the same time. Is something very important when you want to make an attack with your fleet and you don't want them to have different speeds, so they arrive at different times. So yeah, formations are going to be part of these improvements because we will try to use them in a better way so they can fly together with cool shapes, because that's also very nice to have, that they have these cool formation shapes and they can arrive at the same time doing synchronized behaviors. So yeah, that's part of the goal for these new improvements. Definitely.
switched over to some other content in the background. Will it be possible to storm stations with Marines? Okay, that's not a question for you, that's probably a question for me. In the same way that we will do with ships boarding. Well, I don't know. That's yeah, we have discussed this actually in the past. I'm doing something more with boarding. I don't know really. The answer, I cannot give an honest answer to that yet. We will. There's a chance that we will be touching on boarding, but I cannot promise anything. It's we will see if it will also affect stations. Any plans for improved control for moving your ship and fleets in the Y-axis in the map? I think that's a Matthias question, and I think that was already done. I mean, we have that already. Maybe there's still it could still be done differently, maybe with a hotkey. But actually, I think you can now, if you tilt the map, you can actually drag things out of the ecliptic already, and have also give commands very nicely in 3 dimension, more easily than before. Okay, we switch back to Joshua here from this. had to load the game. Any plans on improved controls? We had that already. And was any more questions? Any idea if capital ships will have longer distances for their guns? 10 kilometers are a bit short, somebody says. Don't know, is that an AI thing? Is there a big problem with?
It affects AI, of course, but also mostly balancing. It's just a matter of will that impact on the balancing in general of the game. I mean, when you have also such a long distances, the AI have to be taking care of different things, like positioning in a really early stage of the battle, and that's also very tricky because if you have bullets flying, it takes time. It means the enemies will avoid them, so it's usually not as effective as it could sound. So yeah, I don't know, it's something to evaluate.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Adrian. I think this stream is already going on for more than 3 hours, and I think we have enough soon. And I think we also answered most questions that I heard. A few more things that I wanted to say at the end. First of all, of course, everybody, you are welcome to also participate in the beta. The instructions for how to do this can be found in our forum. This is, as I said before, it's not really dangerous to participate. Make a backup of your save games in case something goes wrong on our side. It is always good to have a copy of your save game so you can roll back basically. But it's rarely necessary. Most of the time we maintain save game compatibility, and Joshua just told me that somebody on the chat said before also that he was surprised to find out that with 3.0 they had no problem loading their or more than a year old save game from the launch of X4, and of course that's the point. I mean, for us it doesn't make a difference if the save game is a year old or just a few weeks before we release an update. It's always the game has to patch those changes in a save game, and yeah, that's always a challenge for us, but we always try to do that. Again, thank you very much, everybody, also for you and for everybody else who joined me today, and also for all the people out there who listen to us and of course who support us. This is also, by the way, also true now with all the guys who are streaming our game. That's also something that went up a lot with 3.0 and the Split Vendetta release, that we have a lot more coverage now on Twitch, not just on Twitch, YouTube, everywhere. That's really cool. Gregory asked me to also mention our merchandise, like this t-shirt. And yeah, you don't have it yet, Adrian, unfortunately, but
You have to send me one, yeah.
I have to send you some, yeah. Gregory, remember. But you can get that in our Egosoft shop, and you can have a look there. Like and subscribe us on YouTube if you saw us on YouTube. Follow us on Twitch. Follow us everywhere. of course, always feel free to go into our forum, which you will now even need more for features like the sharing of the build plans that we saw before. And thank you, everybody. Yeah, done for today. Goodbye, Adrian.
Bye.
Okay, let's see. It looks fine and people can hear me. Hello everybody, and welcome to our new live stream, May 2020 live stream after the release of 3.0 and Split Vendetta. This is talking a little bit about what's currently going on at Egosoft and telling you about what happened in the last month since the release of 3.0 and the first expansion for X4 Foundations. I'm very happy to talk about it because it was a really great success. The game was received very well. We are very happy to see a lot of positive reviews, a lot of positive feedback, and also getting a lot of emails from people who are very happy with the game. So this is great for us, for the team to see. Really feels great to work on the game at the moment. We just did very well overall, and also on all the other platforms with everything we released. So we are really very fortunate right now. Next to the 3.0 update, there's already actually an update after that. There was 3.10. And I will be telling a little bit about that, and also 3.20, which is went into beta yesterday. And so people who are interested in the next upcoming features, I will be explaining them a little bit. Then after that, I will be showing a series of videos that I made in the last couple of weeks and released on YouTube already, which explain basically, the idea was to explain everything you can do in X4, and it turned out that was quite a lot, and it was actually so much that just making those videos was a lot of work. And it starts off with a long list of all the activities you can do in the game. We cut this into 6 parts, and they are called Trade, Fight, Build, Think, Explore, and Strategy. Didn't work with the words so nicely, but it's just like headlines to bundle features together. So by player type a little bit. I will be playing those videos, and then after each video I will be doing a little bit of a QA, so people can ask questions, and I will be answering questions and also calling in people from the team. So we will be having these sections, and then after each section I'm calling somebody and discussing questions that you guys have, maybe about the video, maybe in general about the game. We are open for everything. And as I said, after each video I have a different guest from the team to discuss this stuff with. I'm looking forward to that. And what else do I have to announce in the beginning? Maybe just look let's start by just looking at the updates. We had 3.10 that's already out, and it did a couple of new things, like we worked a little bit on the hiring of NPCs. That's always a critical thing where we always receive feedback from players that find it too hard and too slow to get a lot of crew members for their ships, especially good pilots. And it's a critical thing. We are still working on it. 3.10 did make a couple of changes. It made it easier to find better pilots on stations, but sometimes also find very expensive pilots on stations, which didn't exist before. So those with higher star ratings can sometimes be found on stations now too. But it's always cheaper, certainly cheaper, but also easier to upgrade them in the game. But it can be slow depending on what they do. We are still making changes to this part of the game. And what we are also working on, and that's for a future update, is the way how you manage people, how you move them from one ship to another. basically the idea is to make that a lot easier. Right now, ships always have to be docked to each other, either on the same station or a ship on another ship, to be able to move crew around. And that makes it a relatively slow process. So we decided to return to this functionality a little bit towards what we had in X Rebirth, where this is done with drones, if you like. So you shoot them off into space with little drones, and they move to the other ship much easier. And combine that with a new interface. Maybe I can show where this is actually already in the game, but not currently used interactively. By the way, the game you are seeing here is being played live by my son, Blobby here. Joshua is sitting next to me and helping me play the game. Oh yeah, he's showing you the menu. That's the personal crew management menu. This is not interactive yet, but you can see here his crew in his save game here. And it is currently here sorted by rating, but what's missing is currently the ability to just quickly move people around from one ship to another. The idea is that this can be sorted by your ships and by the skills of people, and then you can use the same menu to move them easily from one place to another. This is hopefully happening before 4.0, but yeah, more on the order of things in updates later. Let's continue looking at 3.10. And we are always working on many things. I'm not going through all the changelog. For everybody who's interested in that, there's always a changelog on our forum, also on the Steam forums, where you can see all the details. We improve performance and things like that, of course, all the time. We've worked on some storage capacities on economy things. That's more like bug fixing. The bigger things actually go into the next update, the one that is now having a somewhat longer beta period, and you can always judge by how long we are putting an update into a beta, what type of features we put into it. So the stuff that really are critical and are bigger things also need a longer beta phase. So that's why 3.20 will be significantly bigger than 3.10, but it is of course a long shot from what we do with the major update like 4.0. 3.20 will have this new cool feature, trade rules. I will be talking about that after the first video, trade, when I will be talking with Michael, who's our trade guru, and he can be explaining that feature. It's something that a lot of people were asking for, so looking forward to that. There is a new feature that allows you to import and export construction plans. Maybe Joshua can show us this shortly. This is pretty cool, and it's a new feature that allows you basically to exchange your designs with other players in the universe. So this is again currently only in the beta. Here you can export a construction plan, you give it a name, you export it basically into a file. So this station, the entire layout that you see that Joshua has done here, is now exported into a little XML file. And as it says here, you can export this and upload it to a forum on our egosoft.com website, on the forum there. There will be a special forum just for this part, and yeah, players can name their stations and brag with them, kind of. That's the idea with it. So pretty cool, and that's also in 3.20. Yeah, there's a lot of little things. There will be new entries in the encyclopedia. That's something that's always going on and being improved. There's added missile storage capacity information to missile missile turrets in encyclopedia. I'm just reading some of the things, some of the added features, added faction abbreviations. Oh yeah, that's something that I was actually asking for. So because we always have the longer names for factions in the encyclopedia, but in the game you often refer to them just by the abbreviation, the little 3-letter thing, and so I was thinking it's more helpful to have them always together. Little things like that. Feel free to participate in the beta, by the way. If you are interested, don't be scared by it too much. What you should do is always back up your save games. There could always be something, ask people to that they have to roll back basically their save games during a beta or at the end of the beta. We rarely do it, but it's always better to back up your save games if you participate in a beta. But other than that, it's pretty straightforward. I'm seeing a question here. Will we be able to export the constructions plan directly to Steam Workshop? No, unfortunately, that's not planned yet. Yeah, it's possible to extend many of the online features. It's similar to the venture idea. We will be working further, but that's more for bigger update for 4.0 some more time. Right now, that's not possible. A question: any upgrades to the mechanic before the next DLC? Probably not, because as I said, next major one is in the release next year. So I will probably repeat that a couple of times during this stream, is probably towards the end of the year. So the DLC as well as the major update 4.0, that's towards the end of the year, maybe even early next year. I cannot give you precise dates yet, but it means we want to have some silence after all of the big stuff that's currently going around, where we can actually focus on the development. The beta for 4.0 will of course start earlier because it's a big thing, but again, yeah, it will take time, and I'm very hopeful that we also will have new venture mechanic in that. It's very likely. I want to do that definitely. But not before 4.0. Maybe in a beta, but only for 4.0 beta then. Okay, did I miss anything else from the 3.20 feature list? Matching speed indicator, yeah, that's